off, my man.
And here we are with the Miami Dolphins show here that we're going to be doing during commercial breaks and right before the game actually starts. So, yes, man, I have a stomach full of tacos. I am ready to go and watch Adam Gase hopefully flop on his face once again. Honestly, I'm not one of those people who are disappointed that Fitzpatrick is playing. Fitzpatrick is always fun to watch, at least in the present. Everybody knows that Tua is the future. With all due respect to Alfredo, I love the guy. He's really smart. He knows more about football than I'll ever know. But I just don't.
I'm sorry with him not here, huh? Okay.
I literally just said that he knows more than me about that. So that's my little thing there. So. He knows more than I do regarding the X's and O's and stuff, but I personally don't see the stress about what the Dolphins are doing with Tua. I wasn't all that upset when they benched Tua last week. I'm not upset that he's not playing for his injury today. I have always looked at this season as year 2 of a rebuilding season. Regardless of what the results of the season were, that was a different discussion. Now that we're looking at playoffs, the fact that we're still in a year 2 of rebuilding has not changed. So I don't see the need for the Dolphins to try to push themselves beyond what they're going for. The goal is still development. The goal is still long-term. And if Tua and his thumb being hurt is going to mess up his development, then I'm not going to be upset that he's not playing today. We still have Ryan Fitzpatrick. I would hope that the Dolphins throw some money at him next season and be like, hey, stick around, will you? We need somebody to mentor our young buck. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I imagine Fitzpatrick wants to play if he still wants to play even after he's 38 years old. But all I'm saying is that this game is not really that big of a deal for me, other than the Dolphins having another win in their column with any luck.
Yeah, you know what it is, Lewis? Listen, if you won last week and if Tua couldn't play because of his thumb and it's Fitzpatrick starting, I'm sure a lot of Fins Nation wouldn't feel the way that they feel today. But of course, I have to agree a little bit with Alf, but I do agree with you as well. I don't have an issue with Fitzpatrick. Listen, the point that you have a quarterback of his caliber that can still come off the bench, be as a backup, and still start in games like this, and still probably give you a W. I mean, how many teams can say that? I mean, right now Denver's without a quarterback. So, I mean, at least Fitzpatrick wore a mask, right? The other 3 didn't even do it in Denver. So it's a crazy situation right now. But listen, if Tua is really hurt and it's his thumb, let's be honest here. We don't need him to go out there against Greg Williams, and Greg Williams might send the house, and Tua can't. Listen, let's not forget that Tua also had a leg injury last week, his ankle per se right now, so he couldn't escape the pocket for most of the time that when we wanted him to. Okay, listen, go up there to New York, do what you got to do. We know that you're going to win the football game. The question will be how, and it also is going to come down to is Fitzpatrick going to create a crucial mistake towards the end. But again, when you have a guy like Fitzpatrick who's able to come off the bench and be your starting quarterback in the NFL, it's a luxury to have. So let's just, calm down a little bit. And I also agree with you. The expectations have not grown. It's become, don't get hurt. That's going to go draft pick. Now it's become playoffs, right? And now playoffs, all of a sudden, everybody gets excited and they lose the sight of what the actual goal is, right? Because to me, the goal is still to mature Tua, get them more better into this offense, whatever they want to do going forward. You still got to have to run the football. You still have to pass protect better. You can't win playoff games, Lewis, if those 2 things are not yet, fixed, right? So,
right.
Like I said, let's take it game by game. Win up there against Adam Gase and the clueless Jets, which are undefeated, which we know they're going to tank for Lawrence, right?
Yeah, they're undefeated in the Trevor Lawrence sweepstakes.
Trevor Lawrence, the undefeated sweepstakes, and just come back down, no injuries, and look on for the next week. And guess what? That game against Kansas City in 2 weeks, you never know. You never know. Then you never know. Put your team up against them, and then you can say, okay, where are we as a football team? Because just because you lost to Denver last week, there shouldn't be. Listen, it was a disappointing loss. I would say that, but you're on the road. And no offense, you've been on a couple win streaks before that game, right? So if there's any game that you'd want a stumble, I don't have an issue with losing to Denver. I will have an issue losing to the Jets. I will have an issue losing to the Patriots. I will have an issue losing to the Bills, right? But Denver, especially after you won those games before, listen, a win's a win in the NFL. Let's not get too cute about it. You know what I'm saying? Get Tua healthy, fix those little things. Today's a great day to run the football. show us what you've done this freaking week, right?
I doubt they're going to run the ball much. I imagine that Fitzpatrick is going to completely air it out. I'll say this. I am sure that he has these guys fired up after the embarrassment that was last week. Because let's be real, they were embarrassed. Even if it wasn't even if the Broncos didn't run roughshod all over them, they would have still been embarrassed because they looked terrible the whole way through. And it wasn't until Fitzpatrick came in that the offense really got fired up. Now you can make the argument that Fitzpatrick reads quicker than Tua does so at this level, which is fine. Fitzpatrick has literally 18 years of experience over him. So
and he's played over half the teams in the league.
I would imagine that he has more experience in reading the field than Tua does. So I'm not surprised that would be the case. And that is where the debate comes in. Like, who is the better quarterback for the Dolphins right this second? And that's why I would still say that it's Fitzpatrick right this second.
Yep.
Because you have to be able to read quickly. You have to be able to sense the pressure in a hurry. You can't waste time wondering where you're going to go with the football. And what Fitzpatrick said is true. You have to be willing to trust your guys that they're going to come down with it. That's something that Tua has not learned yet. So I have no doubt that with an extra year of development that Tua will be the better quarterback in time. But that's why I still say that this second, today, Fitzpatrick is the better quarterback for this football team the way that it's currently built. But I don't know. I understand that if there were other people here, there would be a controversial a statement. But I really don't think it is, just because we've seen what the offense can do with Fitzpatrick at quarterback. And I know we look at the Tua Arizona game, and I get it. It looks pretty good at that point too. But more often than not, the offense has struggled. And I'm not putting that on Tua. I'm just putting that on the way that it's structured and the personnel that we have. If you want Tua to function at his best, then you need to be able to have guys get open. And it's game on, folks. So let's go ahead and get started.
My bad. My bad.
No, it's all good. So here we are.
I was still trying to see who ended up having that sack, man. But listen, huge
It was
sack.
Brandon Jones. Brandon Jones came charging in like a bull, man. It was awesome. So I'll say this. If the Dolphins can do more of that to Darnold, I think we'll be okay. But so far, it looks like Darnold's looking okay throwing the football. The Dolphins need to tighten up that coverage. Byron Jones got caught chasing Brashard Perryman down the field. That's no bueno. So hopefully we can avoid letting that happen again. I'm interested to see what the Dolphins offense does now to fire back. I'm hoping that we can at least move the football. I need to see some kind of progress here. So, but I'm surprised that the Dolphins didn't immediately just dive right into the whole cover zero thing. Like let's immediately let Darnold know, hey, you better watch your back because we're coming for you. So I wish that.
But I mean, Lewis, like you saw what the Jets are trying to do for in the first drive. They were trying to run the ball. They were trying to be conservative. But then, of course, and the Dolphins have this whole 5-yard, sometimes defensive calls, especially on 3rd and 9. And Perriman was able to split the corner and the safety to find that seam. I mean, logically speaking, that shouldn't happen. And your pass rush should at least gotten there, which they were half a second late. But listen, if you put pressure on Sam Darnold, he's like every other quarterback that's not named Mahomes and Brady and whoever, right? I mean,
no, Brady freaks out when there's pressure in his face too.
Well, him too. Okay, so bad example, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
I don't want to give Brady any credit. I don't want to give Brady more credit than he deserves.
It's like sack like that you had on 3rd down that actually creates such a difference in an opening drive like that, especially you being the defensive team. They were inside the red zone. You sacked them on 3rd down, only gave up 3 points. Let's see what the offense now brings with Ryan Fitzpatrick at the helm.
I'm hoping that it's something good. So let's see if we can at least get some excitement in here. So game on, folks.
Sorry.
It's okay. Listen, man. So far, the offense seems to be functioning.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
I'm a little concerned, though, because I'm already seeing people talking about how Fitzpatrick is staring down his guys. He's completing them, but he's staring them down. I don't know. I can't argue with the results. Maybe you can argue with the circumstances of said results, but I think that if anything right now, the Dolphins need to remember that they can still run the ball. Breed is actually getting some moves in here. So as much fun as it is to watch Fitzpatrick just throw it into the middle of the field every single time, it's still a little scary because you always have that little inkling there that he might make a mistake. I'm having fun. Don't get me wrong, but let's not get unbalanced here. Let's run the ball a little bit. It's only 3rd and 2. They already did it once. Let's try it again, see if we can get another one. And if nothing else, the offense has shown that they can actually get something done today. So I imagine that we can actually score some points. But let's start the game off on a good note and not go crazy. That's what I'm thinking here.
Yeah, Lewis, listen, it's the opening drive, right? I mean, Fitz is 4 for 5 for 34 yards or so. Mm-hmm. But you know what? You have to keep the defense honest, and one way to do it is by running the football. And so far, they're running it up the middle, and they haven't yet bounced it out yet. But listen, if you can get 4 or 5 yards every single time you run the football, that your passing play the very next down or even play action comes into phase here. But you're exactly right, though. Those quick throws that he loves to just dart. But sometimes those dart throws he makes, he's been eyeballing the guy for 3-4 seconds. So you just hold your breath, making sure that there's no safety there who's been actually reading down his eyes or whatever. But listen, It's the opening drive. It's 3rd and 2. Obviously, you wanted to call a timeout to get a much better play in. Listen. I would love to see a first down run here. I would love to see it because then that right there is telling me, that right there then tells me that you know what they mean to run the ball today, right? But who knows?
So let's go ahead and get back to the field.
Here we go.
So what did I say? What did I say? That the Dolphins should run the football?
We both said it, though, right? We both said it, right? I mean, but you go out of it with a play action play. Both guys recover. Fitzpatrick still throws the football. Thankfully, it wasn't intercepted. It wasn't intercepted, so you still have a 4th and 2. And Matt Howell
happens
out there on the field too late, and a stupid penalty that should be happening this late in the season. And once again, points that could have been had in your opening possession, you had to punt the football.
Mm-hmm. So
that is frustrating, though, man. That is frustrating.
Well, listen, if they can just get the ball down the field a little more, that's fine. Let's hope that they can actually get it going.
Now, one thing I do want to be aware of, though, I have a feeling that the Jets are going to do play action here and probably go deep once. There, to me, I really feel like they want to force it down the field, and that's one way to do it. And they already saw that Perriman could do a double move, so be aware of that.
Well, we'll have to see.
Here we go.
So the defense manages to do some interesting stuff here. They managed to get to Sam Darnold a little bit. Now, Van Ginkel actually had to chase him out of bounds after he got the first down marker, but that's besides the point. The defense is actually doing a pretty good job of making Darnold uncomfortable. They're doing some decent coverage. I would still like to see some more aggressiveness from the pass rush, but that's just me really loving the idea of Sam Darnold getting crushed, apparently. But either way, I digress. Now the Dolphins have an interesting situation here. So far, Fitzpatrick is completing his passes for the most part, but he's also doing some things that we don't like. He's staring down receivers. He's not If anything, I think the Dolphins need to go back to running the football a little more. There's not a balance that I'm seeing here. They need to be willing to run the football. It's not like they're getting stuffed every play. It's not like they're running into trouble. They are able to get some yards every time Matt Breida touches the football. So don't be afraid to run it. As long as it's working, I don't see a reason not to use it. So I think that's what the Dolphins need to do now. Now, you're still going to have to throw it. So Fitzpatrick is going to have to actually manage to find some guys that he can get a chance to look around. But the only way he's going to get time in that pocket is if he decides he's going to run the football and keep the defense honest a little bit. And maybe he's going to have to do some running too. I've been saying that the Dolphins need to get a quarterback who can take off and run a little bit. I've been wanting to do it. He couldn't do it last week because of his injury. Fitzpatrick can. And the Dolphins need to be able to take advantage of that if they're going to be able to make it a little easier for him to throw the football in the future. So now we are still waiting on some other of our other contributors. I know that Ethan Skolnick, he's looking to try to get in here and manage to show up from his little location there. He's looking to hang out with some folks. I see a comment here from one Kahardi. You're welcome for tweeting out all the plays. It's my pleasure. I always do the play-by-play just because I know that there are some folks who can't watch it. So you're very welcome, my friend. It's my pleasure. So in any case, so now the other thing that I want. Oh, hello, Manny. Welcome back.
Sorry about that.
So your thoughts on?
I mean, listen. Obviously, you great stand there by the defense. Obviously, they were trying to still run the football, and so surprisingly, they didn't go deep once, right? So, you stop.
Unless you count that shot to Crowder on third down, but I don't know. I don't think
that to me is not a deep pass. I mean, that's like a more conservative pass of Dale Loggins / Gates project type of thing. I don't really think that's a long pass.
All right, so here we go. Let's see if Fitzpatrick throws long passes.
Let's get a touchdown here. All righty. Listen, you had a big play, right, to get you into Jets territory.
Yep.
One thing though that I didn't like on that third down was Ryan was so quickly just fixated on, I think it was Shaheen or Gesicki, whoever
Yeah,
it
it was
was.
Gesicki.
Yeah, Gesicki. He was just focused so much on that. But then you look at Parker doing the crossing route. If you place the ball right in front of Parker, there is nobody else in the middle of the field because the Jets had so many people up front, right? So
that was the big thing about Fitzpatrick before Tua
I'm
came
like,
in.
damn, if I saw that, I'm hoping Chan can see that and be like, Ryan, just go through your reads, man. You don't have to force it. You know what I mean? But
I think part of the problem might be that Fitzpatrick has gotten so used to the idea that he's going to get hit every single time he tries to throw the football. So he's trying to make his decision before he even snaps the football. And that is going to come back to bite the Dolphins if this continues, because you can't fixate it on one guy every single time and just run with it. It's working so far, but a good defense, and by that I mean not the Jets, will be able to pick up on that in a hurry. And that's kind of why if I'm not mistaken, that's pretty much why we benched Fitzpatrick to begin with for Tua.
For sure.
You're picking and choosing what it is that you're looking for. With Tua, he'll look for his reads too long and he'll get stuffed. And with Fitzpatrick, he doesn't look quick and he doesn't look long enough, and he makes his decision too quickly. So
the only thing that I love about Tua though right now, he doesn't force the football. If the play's not there, he'll throw it away or he'll take the sack.
Right. But oftentimes the play isn't there at all. You have to force it a lot of the times with this team.
Yeah, but as a rookie quarterback, I'm not going to hate if he doesn't do it.
Right
now, I'm not going to look at that as a negative. Ryan Fitzpatrick, unfortunately, on the other hand, listen, that guy's been a journeyman. You know what I mean? I mean, the man has played for half the teams in this league, and he's played just one way only, and I totally respect that. But at some point, my man, you're going to have to, change it up just a little bit and start realizing that you don't have to always focus on one guy every single play, but that's the way he plays, right? So, And I did come on here before the start of the game, having a backup like Fitzpatrick pays the dividends. Right now, it's not paying dividends.
Right. Well, thankfully, we have Jason Sanders, in spite of the fact that the commentators desperately tried to jinx him on that one. He has the longest streak of 50-yard field goals. He's been amazing. He's been perfect. You're begging for him to miss.
I don't know about you, Lewis, but Dolphins, when I was younger, man, I used to love a Linda Mari, man. That man used to make everything that I saw.
Right. And so now we're going to go ahead and discuss this. A squib kick for the Dolphins. I don't care for that decision, but let's go ahead and get back to the game. 1 minute left or
so to go in the first. We'll talk to you guys after the quarter. Yeah, so listen, I just wanted to come back on and saying those throws, how much can you you can't blame Howard for that, right? I mean, the ball's thrown high, only where his guy can get it, where Sam Darnold throws it, right? I mean, you can't really get mad at Howard. for not being able to make a play on that. But the pass rush needs to be better, though. Right now, it's not there.
Yeah, that's what the Dolphins have been doing for all the season, though. It's like when the pass rush has been on, it's because they've been sending the house on them with the cover zero, no deep safety help. That's what's made the difference in their ability to pass rush. That's why the question of whether Emmanuel Ogbah really was a one-on-one type pass rusher came into question, because a lot of the sacks that he's had has been a result of quarterbacks pretty much running into him because the pressure up the middle has been so incredible. So that's something that the Dolphins are going to have to consider for next offseason too. Like, we'll see who's available in free agency. I know for a fact that they're going to have to take a really long, hard look at offensive weapons, because all due respect to Perry and Bowden and Grant and all them, they're not number one type guys. So we're going to have to get back to the game here, but it's only 43 seconds before the end of the first quarter.
All right.
And here we are at the end of the first quarter. The Dolphins are tied at 3 apiece. First impressions, Manny, on both sides of the football for Miami.
Well, I feel like the offense has left points off the scoreboard, right? I mean, you had a great opening drive. You couldn't convert on that 3rd and 2, and then the 4th and 2 was a total disaster because one of your guys got off late onto the field, so that stopped there. Besides the opening drive for the Jets, and besides that deep pass to Perriman and obviously the one to Mims right here, there's nothing really much that I can complain about the defense. However, I'd want more pressure on Darnold, and it seems like the only way to get there is just like you've said, right? The cover zero blitz, or it's just the blitzing. That right now is getting to Darnold. So, like I said, I'd want to get more pressure without having the blitz, but if it's the only way that you're going to be able to do it, might as well do it, because listen, you don't want to have Sam Darnold gain confidence. I'm not saying he's going to go out there and throw 4 or 5 touchdowns if you don't get to him, right? But listen, the more this game stays tied as the quarters go on, especially into the 4th, you're giving this Jets team some confidence, right? And that's the last thing that you don't want. And a Jets loss, I'm not going to go there so far in, but a Jets loss today, I mean, come on, that's just doesn't seem imaginable, right? And, the offense needs to wake up a little bit. Offense needs to go out there and put touchdowns on the board, not 3 points per quarter, because that's not going to get it done today.
Yeah, it's not going to get it done. And if anything, it just emphasizes that the Dolphins really need an infusion of talent all over the fields. And as much as we want to believe that this team can get it done, because we've seen, of course, they've been winning football games, which is fine, but this team really does need an infusion of talent everywhere. And that's something we need to remind ourselves now and then, because this is why we keep saying this is still a rebuilding football team. Development is still the key. And
What's up, brother?
We have Jakari joining us now. So, Jakari, since you are hopping in here before the second quarter begins, your impressions of what's going on here?
A bit of what I thought was going to happen, a sluggish start. You're going against an 0-10 team. Just he wasn't. I didn't see the sense of urgency that I thought I was gonna see. I
Agreed.
just thought it was a little bit lackluster, and I just think the team is kind of trying to fill it out. Do I think they pull this game out? Yes, they will. I think we have to just slow down a little bit. But obviously, the offense is struggling, running game struggling. As you see there, Gesicki only has one reception right now. So I just think the Jets were going to play better because they have been playing better over the last few weeks anyway. So I just thought that the Jets see this as a winnable game for them as well. So I just think we need to just slow down, do it. Miami's going to pull this one out. It's just going to be closer than what people think.
And now the Jets are 3rd and 4, so let's go ahead and get back to the field.
What do you think, Lewis? I think it's a catch. I see a catch, left foot, right foot, still battling with possession, 2 feet, and then the ball comes out. No? Am I sounding too nice?
Now, let's get your honest opinion.
It's going to be incomplete.
Okay, but I was shocked that they even ruled that as a catch in the first place.
That's why I'm thinking they're going to
like,
see the ruling
pretty,
on the field.
Pretty doggone obvious. Like, Adam Gase probably threw the challenge flag before the play was even over. So, like,
Yeah.
I mean, beyond stunning. Like,
he catches the football, 2 feet are down, he bobbles it a little bit, repossesses it, takes about a foot and a half more steps, and then he loses it. But the call on the field is a catch. Is there conclusive evidence that that's not a catch?
the ball hit the ground before he hit the ground. I feel like that's enough right there. So listen, if they keep this as a completion, all that's going to confirm to me is that the referees just like to believe that they're always right and they don't like to overturn their own stuff.
Louis, we've seen worse calls, man. Come on.
We've seen worse calls, but that doesn't mean this one isn't bad. But
it would have been a heck of a
I digress.
catch.
Let's talk about Dwayne Washington.
Okay, running it a little bit, throwing it to him a little bit. Why not, right? He's very shifty guy.
He's looking pretty good, honestly. I like him. I like him so far. He's shifty. He managed to break Quentin Williams' ankles there for a minute there. So
here's the issue, though, that I have. I think Changeli's going to take him off the field and run again, and he probably won't have another touch until the fourth quarter.
This is true. They keep emptying the backfield on us. They need to not do that. Run the ball. It's okay to run the ball. I'm really shocked that the Dolphins seem to be unwilling to run the football as often as they are. It's actually frustrating, quite frankly.
I mean, I'm just shocked
because when it's working, you should use it. If it's not working, fine, but it is. So let's go ahead and see what
I'm just like still hurting that that the most yards we have rushing from any player is still Matt Breida with 11 yards on 3 carries.
So let's go ahead and see what happens here. Okay.
First of all, I totally agree with you now after the fact with the other camera angle, not to mention that Gene Steratore clarified it even better. I don't know what the third step is in process of making a catch, but Parker did not.
I don't think the refs know what the third step of the process is for making the catch anymore. I don't think Kai was the one who said it on Twitter. It's starting to feel like you don't even have to actually touch the football to make it a catch anymore. It's just kind of feel like whatever the refs feel like doing that day. But anyway, I digress.
Listen, credit to the team. Still possessed it. Still drove down the field. Beautiful lob pass for Mike Gesicki, only where he can catch it. Beautiful throw by Fitzpatrick for the touchdown.
Oh yeah, it was beautiful. That whole drive, like in some fashion, it was really pretty to see. Because even when the Dolphins were running into trouble, like it looked like Fitzpatrick was going to get sacked at least once, or at the very least, he was going to make a bad throw because of the pressure he was getting. But that's why, again, I wanted to talk about Dwayne Washington, because already just a couple of times now, he's already managed to bail Fitzpatrick out of a mess, like the quick toss to get the ball out of his hands so he didn't get sacked. He dodges a player, he gets forward for 6 yards, then he does it again going this way. I'm liking Washington so far and what he's bringing to this offense. So he might just be a little bit of a little. I'll say this before I continue going forward, because what I really wanted to say is that I wish they would do that with Matt Breida. I wish they would throw the ball like that with Breida. I've been saying for weeks now that if we're gonna get the most out of Breida, the best thing we can do is turn him into a Reggie Bush. And Bush made his name with New Orleans, not as the workhorse running back.
He was out of backfield on screen plays, on flares, and making people miss and getting those extra yardage. I think people seem to forget what Matt Breida was, though, in San Francisco. He was basically that, because Mostert and whoever else was there, they always ran the ball. Breida was always their third round running back, catching footballs out of the backfield and always got those extra yardages. But
right, and that's why it baffles me why Breida's not getting those calls. Like, if the goal is to use different personnel to kind of throw off a defense, fine, but do what we imagine is going to work. At least give it a shot. If Breida's back there, I don't see the issue. I don't see why you can't throw it to him. But anyway, I digress. So we're back to the game now. Here comes Jason Sanders with his kickoff.
All right, defense. Okay.
Kyle Van Noy came up big on that one. He was
Yeah.
driving Sam Darnold up a wall, and he managed
Mhm.
to get the ball out of there. So,
And no, Mark, we are not on pause. The game stream that you see right now is from ESPN. So as each play happens, you got to wait for it to reload. Obviously, play-by-play is not restricted here. So no, we're not on pause. But you know what? Listen, the defense has been able to do everything well after the first drive. I mean, you stop the running game. I thought Perriman lost his footing for a big play there, though. But hey,
yeah,
it is what
Xavier,
it is.
Xavier
The game
Howard
of inches in
apparently.
the NFL.
Yeah,
So.
that sort of thing happened. Now, if they had called a flag on that, then I would have been
Oh
upset.
man, no, it's totally incidental because you see Howard looking for the football as well. So you're not.
No, I know, man, but you know what? With the way that things are going nowadays, you can never really tell anymore. Because I still remember all those flags that Howard got called on against DeAndre Hopkins, and how many of those were just completely bogus. So you just never know anymore. So, what would you like to see the Dolphins do this next drive on offense?
You know what? Let's keep Washington out there, man. Let's see if you can somehow get like a 101 swing play out of the backfield. Maybe some type of misdirection with him. If anything, just keep going to Mike Gesicki and let Devontae Parker still have those one-on-one opportunities, right? Because we've seen that where he's had the one-on-ones, right? And then even if he's double teamed, that's when you look for Mike Gesicki. The thing that I don't want to get to now is conservative. It's too early in the game to be conservative right now. If you're going to run it with a power game. Don't run it off shotgun. I'm tired of seeing that. It's been consecutive weeks where they've tried to run it off shotgun, and it's quite obvious, right? I guess in that last shotgun run play, Fitzpatrick should have kept it because him and I think it's Gesicki or Shaheem, they had a wide open lane to the right. Fitzpatrick wasn't patient enough to see the pressure from the Jets front line. So let's work that in a little bit, and let's see another good offensive drive right before the half with 7:53 left.
All right, and here comes the game. So let's get back to the action.
Yeah, and this is when I'm going to lose my mind with Ryan Fitzpatrick. I mean, listen, I know you want to have Parker go for a deep play, but I forget the wide receiver tight end in the slot. He broke out, clear throw right there, gets you the first down. And even on his third down play, you don't need to scramble up the middle. I understand the pocket's breaking down, but Laird's one-on-one with a defensive lineman. All you got to do is step up, look at it, and throw it ahead of him. Like, that's frustration.
No, I understand, but you know what? I'm just gonna say this because this is the first thing that came to my mind on that last play before the field goal.
Mm-hmm.
Even when Fitzpatrick is flat on his face, I still manage to get a kick out of watching him. Like when the replay happens and we see the two Jets watching on top of him, and he just kind of looks like he's like a dead man on the ground. He still manages to just kind of poke his arm out. Just stick the ball a few more yards forward. I don't know why I thought that was hysterical, but it just feels like it's something out of a cartoon. Fitzpatrick is a cartoon character. I think that's what I'm going to call him from now on. He is a cartoon character, and it's just so much fun to watch him.
It's just I guess I don't know.
Like, does it make sense? Does it make sense? Like I remember the last week I remember when he played the Jets last time, and he's calling out his hard counts, and even after the whistle's already been blown, he still calls out another one. Like that's the kind of stuff that cartoons do. It's like it doesn't stop. It just never stops.
Well, thank God that this is not a cartoon league, right? Because holy crap, we're seeing it all over the place. But it's like I'm trying to say, like Laird's one-on-one with a defensive lineman out of all people.
I get it.
And I understand that the pocket's breaking down. You still have time to look, but that's what Ryan Fitzpatrick is. So listen, you didn't get sacked 5 yards backwards to prevent a field goal, right? He still ran to positive yardage, no gain. You kick another field goal, you're up by 10, 5 minutes and chain left before the halftime to clamp it down on the defense. Let's hope for a turnover right here. And listen, a turnover here and a touchdown before half, that might be all she wrote, my friend.
Maybe very so, but I'm also going to say this and put this up because I've been wanting this for a long time. Literally at the last break, I said this is what I wanted.
Matt Breida.
Yep. Reggie
Screen
Bush.
Pass to Breida,
there you go.
Yards,
correct.
And all of a sudden, Breida on an empty shotgun snap right there. So hey, you shot. You ask, you shall receive.
Now they're gonna have to watch for it. All right, so here comes Jason Sanders with his kickoff. We are back to the action. So here we are.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say we're here at the 2-minute warning, and we just watched an instance where the cover zero actually comes back to bite the Dolphins a little bit here.
But I don't know how a cover zero makes Ogba not be a pass rusher. And listen, I give Darnold credit, right? It was a heck of a throw. Beautiful catch by Mims. I mean, outstretched and all. But what supposedly one of your pass rushers doing backing up? And then you look at the blitz, right? So Jones and I forget the other guy, they're both blitzing on the same gap, so they get stuck with each other. By the time they reach the outside part, it's already 4 seconds into the snap, right? And there's no way in heck either one of them is going to get to Darnold. But I am sorry, I shouldn't see Ogba out in pass coverage. I don't think that's
It's not the first time that sort of thing has happened. They've sent Shaq Lawson back a few times. They've done that with Ogba a few times. The idea is to make sure that the offense never really knows who's doing what at any given moment. I get that, but if you're going to do it, you might as well just commit to it at that point. Trust your corners and try to make it so that if you can just get to the quarterback faster than he can process what he's looking at, then it really doesn't matter at that point.
By the way, I'm also seeing a lot of Finn guys fall on the turf. I mean,
a lot of Jets too. Gore too.
When Frank Gore catches a football and Baker's about 8 yards away, you want to question yourself, like, what the heck happened there? And he literally fell. So, but listen,
there's something wrong. Yeah. I was gonna say there's something wrong with the field, I think, because Gore slipped, Baker slipped, and I remember that what's his name?
San Francisco 49ers have been complaining about that field. Yeah.
No, it wasn't Denzel Mims. It was Rashad Perryman. He slipped.
No, but also let's not forget that the Niners played on that field on back-to-back weeks, the Jets and the Giants, and they, you saw in that Jet game, they lost guys from starting like 4 or 5 guys. Not saying today's going to be the case, right? But that field does have its rare history of being very negative to a lot of people. So,
yeah.
But listen, the defense should clamp up right here. Don't play prevent. Just get to Darnold, man.
Get to this guy. Make him see ghosts. Make him see ghosts again. Like, welcome back to the NFL, kid. You enjoyed the little vacation. Now we're gonna kick your tail.
Yeah. All right. We'll talk to you guys at half. All right. Okay. I think Flores has a point here. What do you say, Lewis? I mean, you've seen how the refs already botched the Parker catch.
I mean, if the idea is that he has to give himself up.
He did give himself up.
Right.
He did give himself up.
Right. So
now the question will be, will they place it where his knee went down or where he started to?
So looking at what I'm looking at, it's going to be close no matter what, man. It's really going to be close. I think that if anything, I still think he made it. But that's just me. I still think he made it regardless. So, there's nothing to lose. Flores has nothing to lose by challenging it at this point. He's going to get a fresh 3 timeouts anyway.
And let's not forget that the team still has one more challenge, though, right? Because each team gets 2.
Yep.
So, all righty.
I think we'll be fine.
That is so Jets. I'm sorry. Welcome, guys, to the 5 Reasons Dolphins live stream halftime report show. I'm sorry. That's so Jets. I mean, come on.
29-yard field goal. Wide. Missed.
Oh, boy. Ouch. Listen, Howard should have had that interception.
Yep.
Like that right there should have been another one. But enough with these Frank Gore runs, man. Like, lock it down. Get off your block. Make the tackle. Jeez, but that is so Jets, though, right? 4th and 1. Do we go for it? Do we not go for it? Let's kick a field goal. Wide right. I'm pretty sure he was told miss it. They're probably scoreboard watching with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, you know what? The Jaguars are still winning, okay? We don't need to win, okay? Let's just make sure that we get the number 1 pick. Oh, boy.
I can't wait for the fire sale that happens in the offseason, and the Dolphins can see if there's any talent that they can just kind of steal from the Jets here. Just kind of see what, like, maybe we can grab a Jamison Crowder or something after he throws a fit and decides that he doesn't want anything to do with the Jets anymore. Let's bring back Frank Gore to actually be our power running back, because we haven't had one worth talking about since Frank Gore. So that's what I would like to do. Honest to God, I would like to bring back Frank Gore and just have him like, okay, dude, we need 2 yards. Go do it, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Michael, thank you so much for joining us, man. We know that you're out of town in beautiful Tennessee, man, but what are your first half thoughts? I mean, I was just laughing because I just missed that field goal, and it feels
29-yard field goal.
It's so Jets-esque,
yep.
Right?
That's less than an extra point.
Yeah, listen. Okay, so I'm watching this game, and I'm watching it with some family that aren't Dolphins fans, right? You know, this is my wife's family. This is
Tennessee Titans fans. No.
This is my wife's family. So
they get to enjoy enjoy Ryan Tannehill.
King Henry right now. They're enjoying him with 3 touchdowns right
now.
now.
Ryan Tannehill.
They're tuned into my game. They're fine with me having it on the TV because they know I'm invested in it and I have the jersey and everything. So they're like, oh, we'll leave it up there for you. But I'm watching the game, and it starts out. Fitzpatrick was staring down his receivers all throughout those first few passes, literally locked in the whole way, and it was getting a little iffy. Then he gets some more yards. Adam Beasley's talking about he's already got more yards than Tua did. Everybody's starting the comparisons. How come Gesicki and Parker don't look like this? And all I'm thinking is, if you look at what he's throwing up, most of that stuff is 50-50 ball, right? The pass to Gesicki even isn't a 50-50 ball per se, but he threw it behind him, and a better cornerback could have made a move on it. It just really feels like this offense is playing against the Jets, right? Like they're playing against a bad Jets defense. And I said on the pregame show, I really want to see the defense be dominant. That's what I wanted to see. And I saw that up until this last drive where Frank Gore looked like University of Miami Frank Gore and gassed us for a few runs. And I'm just like, what are we doing
Every
here?
once in a while, he still manages to break a big one just because he has such elite vision that it's hard to imagine. Like, if there is a hole, he will find it. That's Frank Gore in a nutshell.
And that's him. But it's and I tweeted it out on the extra yard account. And I'm like, I really want to see at the 2-minute warning, Jets have the ball at the 50. Are the Dolphins going to be aggressive? Or are they going to just allow a field goal, right? Are they going to kind of sit back, stop the touchdown, and allow a field goal? And it really looked like they were playing more prevent defense as opposed to anything else. They weren't really getting after Darnold on that last drive. They were just kind of saying, hey, if you take 3 points, we're fine with that. We get the ball back. It's okay. I think the defense needs to be more aggressive. The blitzes are working. Xavier Howard had a pick right there.
Mm-hmm.
Keep going after Darnold. I really don't think he's going to burn you, but
I'm not I won't listen, man. I'm not gonna blame Howard so much. There's a reason he's a cornerback and not and a wide receiver. Right? He's not necessarily built to catch the football. He doesn't spend practice catching footballs. He spends practice deflecting passes. So although I will say that it's always disappointing to see the ball in his hands and he doesn't come down with it. That I will say.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, it's a good game so far. I mean, the running game, I think, is kind of working. You've got some good 3 to 4 yard gains here or there. Washington looks like he has some wiggle to him in the passing game, which is really exciting.
Needs to be used more, though, Mike. Like, I think I said it to Lewis when we first saw him spark up that touchdown drive. I have a feeling he's not going to be able to get the ball again until the fourth quarter because that's what Changieli does. And then Matt Breida comes out of nowhere and then sparks up that drive heading towards a field goal. But it's just one of the things that if it's still there and the defense hasn't yet stopped it, why do you go away from it? It's not like you have Tua as quarterback. You have Fitzpatrick in there, right?
Right.
But it's one of the things that Chan Gailey just does. Like, okay, you know what? I know already what you're worth. Okay, Breida, show me something. And then he shows something. Now I know what you're worth. Who else hasn't played? Okay, let's go, Larry. Let's go. Your turn. It's like, no, it shouldn't be that way. You ride the hot hand.
But he switches them often. There's never a hot hand. It's like you had Washington with the hot hand on a couple good passes, but then on the next drive, you had Breida get a couple good receptions and good breakout runs too. I personally like Breida. I mean, I've liked him since he was in San Francisco, mainly because he was like one of the fastest running backs in Madden. And so whenever you're playing Ultimate Team or something, that's who you wanted to get. But I'm okay with either of the two. Honestly, the two seem fine and serviceable, but how much of that is they're good and serviceable and we should be using them more? Or again, it's the Jets defense, right? Like this, it's hard to really gauge this team against a team that's so bad. And they're just, you watch the Jets play and it's so great to me because it's like, you guys aren't good.
I love this tweet from 3 yards per carry, though. Going online, 99 drives and missing a chipping field goal is next level. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean,
and no scandal, no controversy, no nothing. It's like, okay.
By the way, now I know why the Jets missed that field goal because the
Jaguars are losing now.
They're losing They're losing 17-13.
What's the Bengals score?
Bengals score. I'll give it
because I know they were winning. They were up 10-7.
The Chargers are losing, so Justin Herbert is
The Bengals score is tied at 10-10 with 13 minutes left in the third.
Okay. I think it's just funny how we're under the microscope so much because it's like nobody saw the Bengals go up 10-7 on the Giants and was like, well, maybe the Bengals are better without Joe Burrow. No one thinks that, right? It's just the Dolphins, right? It's just, Tua's out and they have a lead. Well, maybe they're better. This is a bad team in the Jets. I genuinely think I could quarterback for the Dolphins today and we'd win. And I put that legitimately. I played some flag football in college. I know what I'm doing.
Well, whoever ends up winning against the Giants and the Bengals, whoever wins, it's gonna help the whole Dolphins draft situation because those teams we need them to win a few games. Like same goes for like the Vikings and the Panthers. I'm looking at them here. I think the Panthers especially. Well, I mean it doesn't really matter because right now the Texans are also 4-7. So regardless of who wins that game, it's gonna make things a little more difficult. I guess in that case, the Vikings would probably be the better team to win, and that would put them up to 5-6. So that bumps them up ahead of the Texans. So. I'm still watching that situation because I'm not liking what I'm seeing from Houston. They're doing too good. I don't like it. They need to go back to doing what they were doing before.
But come on, they were playing the Lions on Thanksgiving. Like
I know.
What were you expecting on a Matt Patricia? Listen, his timing.
Well, nothing now. He's fired.
Right, like his timing bomb of becoming a head coach was coming to an end. Him and the GM that he hired that had no experience, or listen, it's been a total train wreck. Ever since Caldwell left the Lions staff or whatever. So. It is what it is. A couple of stats, though, guys, from this game. You have Ryan Fitzpatrick, 17 out of 22 for 180 yards and a touchdown. Devontae Parker has 4 receptions for 66. I'm not going to read off any running stats because that doesn't look like
they don't matter.
It doesn't look like it mattered. Quickly, out-of-town scoreboard. Oakland and look at me, Oakland, Las Vegas and Atlanta.
It's Oakland,
right?
What it is.
I've been trying to tell people it's been Oakland.
Who remembers it last? I was at my job just 2 days ago, and he came in with a mask with the Raiders on it, and I asked him, it's like, so is it Las Vegas or Oakland? He said, "Don't put that on me, man."
Damn,
don't.
Lewis survived, Jesus. So the Falcons are winning the Oakland Raiders right now, 13-3. Minute left before the half. Buffalo is up 17-6 on. I almost said San Diego. I have to say Los Angeles Chargers. That's a score right there. That another reason why the Dolphins need to get that W today because it looks like Buffalo is going to get that W as well. Giants Bengals tied at 10. That game is already into the third quarter, as you can tell. Probably it's not a game that people have much interest in. Besides those two cities. Titans and the Colts right now 35-14. I know Michael's household is excited about that.
Yeah.
Derek King Henry, 17 carries, 140 yards and 3 touchdowns.
I said I wanted the Dolphins to pay him this offseason. Pay him whatever money he wanted.
Ryan Tannehill is 9 for 15, 173 yards and a touchdown. when you have a guy like Henry running the football like this, I mean, it
Yeah.
makes it a lot easier.
Mhm.
Already into the third quarter, Panthers and Vikings, Panthers 14, Vikings 10. And at the half, the Arizona Cardinals are beating the New England Patriots 10-7.
Wow.
So there you go. And
Well, I mean, so everything is shaking out our way. That's good for playoff standings, except for, I think there's one game, Cleveland and Jacksonville.
Cleveland and Jacksonville. Oh, because you
Right.
want Cleveland to lose, right?
Right. Because it's best for us if Cleveland, Las Vegas, and Indianapolis all lose.
Correct.
Right. And if I think it was on the 3 Yards Per Carry podcast that they said it, if those three lose and the Ravens lose, which, I mean, we don't even know if they'll have a game.
It is a total
Yeah.
I don't even know what word to say. You have Denver without a quarterback. You have positive tests with the Ravens every other day. It is a crapshoot. Now the Niners can't play at home.
Yeah. Well, and the people that are getting it too, right? Because you've got Mark Andrews, who was a type 1 diabetic. So that puts him in a higher echelon in terms of worry. And then you also had James Conner get it, who is a former cancer survivor. Not a former cancer survivor, who is a cancer survivor. Right. Yeah. And he has it as well. So it's starting to affect some people in ways that it's really worrying you. And it's one of those things that's like, are you really going to wait until the worst happens with a player? Or are we just going to keep writing this thing out, So
I mean, it seems like the NFL just wants to ride it out, but I said this before the even season began. It's going to have to take a player or coach, hate to say it, that dies from this until the league realizes what we're doing is not working.
Yeah.
And listen, they should have just done the bubble thing. I understand it's pretty difficult to hold 60-plus players and staff, but you're the NFL. That's not my job to figure out.
Yeah, you can figure something out.
This stuff out, right? So
we'll see how it goes. But hey, so far today's working out for the Dolphins, except for the Cleveland score. If Jacksonville can come back in that game and take the lead, I think we'd be planted in the 6th spot with a game lead or something like that. So we need this win and we need next week's win. And I don't think we'll have a problem with either of the two. And then we've got our 4-game stretch where a minimum of 2 wins probably gets us into the playoffs.
Lewis, what do you want to see in the second half from this Dolphins team?
Rather than run the ball.
Hey, man, same thing. But we know they're not going to do it.
I know, but you asked me what I want. You asked me what I wanted to see. You didn't ask me what they're going to do.
That's true. Hey, if you ask me what I want to see Tua, but that's not happening. So. I agree. We need to see a running game and an efficient running game, right? Get me 4 or 5 yards of carry, and then every once in a while bust out a 10, 15-yard run, which these two running backs are fast, and they have that capability. They're just not doing it. Lewis, you said in one of your tweets, Breida had a bigger gap. He just kind of bumped into one of our offensive linemen there at the end. Actually, he's bumped into Smythe, I think it was.
Well, either way, it's like there's always that. You always see that chance. There's like this little opening, and they're this close to breaking it out, and then they bump into somebody. It's like, okay, there it is. He's not going anywhere after that.
But we know that's just part of being a Dolphins fan, right? Like, we see all these other teams break off these giant runs, or they throw a pass where the wide receiver's wide open 50 yards downfield. That never happens for us, I feel like. I'm like, what is that? How does that even happen?
Well,
no
I
one
don't
gets
know,
open like that.
But the Jets just kicked the touchback. We are back to action, so
I'll see you guys at the next
commercial.
Awesome.
Yep. Bye, guys.
And so here we are after an interception by Mr. Nick Needham. So not the guy I thought was going to get an interception, but you know what? Hey, this is exactly what the Dolphins have been trying to do all day. Get Sam Darnold on the run, try to get him to panic, make him make mistakes, and that's exactly what happened. The Dolphins now just need to capitalize on it on offense. And let me say this, unless they're going to start running the football, I'm getting more and more skeptical they're going to be able to do it because the Jets are keying in on Fitzpatrick, something fierce. Like surrounded on all sides, kind of keyed in.
But I also truly feel that the Dolphins are putting themselves in that position, right, where you can keep going with, those empty sets, and then we know what Fitzpatrick is going to do. If he feels the heat, he's going to take the sack, or he's going to run up and try to get 4 or 5 yards or whatever he can. But that's also where his mistakes come in. At some point, he's going to feel like somebody's open. When he feels the pressure, he's going to zip it in, and it's going to get a pick. That's exactly what the team doesn't need. But kudos to Xavier Howard on that pass interference called by Mims. Listen, Mims, bro, like you were trying to get around him. It wasn't going to work. You pushed off a little bit. Howard could have had an opportunity at that pick or whatever the case is. But that was a huge play after Perriman just went up against, I think it was
Byron Jones.
And listen, he just went up for the football. That's what we want Preston Williams to do, right? It's go up for the catch, not just wait for it to drop. But those type of catches you'll live with because that's a catch that he went up and got it. But once again, the defense,
going up. How about Denzel Mims going up for a piggyback ride on Mr. Xavier Howard?
Yeah.
That again, it's a cartoon, man. It's hysterical. I was laughing watching it happen. It's like, oh my god, are you serious right now?
Yeah, but listen, once again, the Dolphins offense is out on the field, man, and we need to see something out of it, right? Like, enough of these. Listen, the first play, Hollins is open. He overthrows him, right, in Fitzpatrick. The next play doesn't really do anything. Now you're 3rd and long, and then he tries to zip one over the middle to Gesicki where he's covered one-on-one. It's just one of those things that you have a feeling that, it's coming. You just need to put yourself in a much better position. And by putting yourself in a much better position, I don't mean Fitzpatrick. I mean Chan Gailey and his play calling.
Agreed. Well, let's get back to the action.
Oof.
Yeah, oof is right. So one of the biggest things that I'm going to go ahead and say is that did the Dolphins run the ball even once that whole drive?
Nope.
Nope, not
Nope.
a single time.
Nope.
There's aggressive and then there's dumb. The Dolphins are teetering towards dumb. And I'll say this about Changeli, okay? Because I'm not one of those guys who goes out of their way to say that Changeli is a terrible offensive coordinator. I think he's done pretty decent, all things considered. But the fact that, let's just say, for instance, that this was Tua who is playing right now. Do you think they would have gotten away from the run this quickly?
No.
Because this really feels like that Gailey is just calling pass after pass after pass for Fitzpatrick. And I don't understand why. I don't understand why we're a team of extremes. When it's Tua, they don't want him to throw the football, so they run it even when it's not working. And when it's Fitzpatrick, even when it is working, they decide not to run the football. It's a very frustrating experience either way at that point.
No, but I mean, Lewis, if you're a defense like the Jets and you're seeing this, right? I mean, it makes defensive play call so easy. And then on third down, you see what we just saw. Laird doesn't see Hewitt coming in. Fitzpatrick doesn't really scan the field, starts eyeballing one side, and then he takes on a big hit. So what is it going to take for Tua to be Fitzpatrick in that situation and take a hit? No, man, you just have to run the game, the offensive game plan to win the football game, not because another quarterback is in there and the other one is not good. You know what I mean? It's just those things. We're not in week 1, 2, 3, or 4. We're now already deep into the season. We need to see more out of this offense. And when you can't, it's not that you can't. We haven't even been able to see them try to run the ball at all, even. So it's just one of
And
those,
it's not like it hasn't been working. That's the biggest issue. Like
yeah,
when
no,
they
because
have run
you
it,
are
it works.
still gaining 3 to 4 yards a pop, and that's still good on first down. Then you could do your play action. Then obviously, if the play action doesn't work, then I could say, okay, you're gonna have to throw it now. But when you throw in 3 consecutive plays, okay, and like listen, that throw to Parker was absolutely great. I mean, Fitzpatrick looking to the right, he knows Parker's one-on-one, throws it over there. Parker makes a great play. You can't count on that time in and time again. You got it, and then he throws a pass zipping down the middle to Gesicki when the guy is right over him. I mean, that ball could be tipped in the air and picked off for the touchdown the other way. It's just I don't know. At this point it's inexplainable. Where's Washington? Where is Washington? Where's Burrito? All right, we're now back.
And so now we have an issue with Jerome Baker after making a big tackle on the swing pass to stop the Jets from getting a first down. Baker is now injured. I'm hoping that it's not too serious because, quite frankly, that was an incredible play there. He
Great
sniffed
play,
it out
though.
the whole.
Great
He
tackle.
sniffed it out the whole way.
Yeah, no, I mean, by the looks of it, it might be oblique. Like, I'm not a doctor, but he is touching the inner part of his rib or the outside part, right? But what a great third down tackle, right? I mean, your defense went out there, did exactly what they had to do. But yet again, like, the offense is just basically keeping this Jets team in the game. And I just don't see the sense of why you having to throw every single play.
31 pass plays, 6 run plays. 31 pass plays, 6 run plays. That's what
if
tweeted
there's
out.
anything new that has to happen next season, if we need a more innovative offense, man, you need to get to 2020 offensive football. You can't be living in the 90s football anymore. You just can't do that. And the only way to make progress with Tua is by getting him more weapons, progressing with the ones that you have, and being able to have a running game. Every winning quarterback in this league has a running game. The Dolphins have none. Guys, the only way
We don't know if they have one or not.
Well,
they may. They might.
because they're not even getting opportunities.
6 run plays. 6 total all game long. Like, you've got to be kidding me right now. But anyway, hopefully Jerome Baker's all right.
We wanted, but we knew what they were going to do, though.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Like before, when you asked me, like, what do you want them to do? It's like, I want them to run. That's not what they're going to do, but that's what I want them to do. So hopefully Baker's all right. Hopefully he just pulled a muscle or something after trying to, because he burned rubber trying to chase down that running back on that swing pass. And I don't know how he caught him. I thought for sure he was going to get the first down. But so again, credit to Baker. Hopefully it's nothing serious.
All right, guys. We'll see you soon.
So the Dolphins did what we wanted. They ran the ball with Matt Breida. Breida started to get in a little bit of a groove, and then he fumbled the football because, of course, that's what happens. It hurts, man. It hurts. It really does. But
I don't know. I don't know what to add. You started running the football effectively. You gained over 25 yards on this drive alone, just rushing it, and then you fumble. But I don't want to hear this. Oh, this is why we don't run it. No. This is why you should run it. Okay, and I understand it's a fumble, but it's Matt Breida, right? Like, where's Washington? Where's all these other guys supposed to be?
Where's my
right?
Patrick Laird run of the day? I want Patrick Laird. I don't know. I just feel like this is when the Dolphins decide to.
I'm with Joe. No more runs for the rest of the game after this fumble. The way that Shangili's been calling plays.
Fitzpatrick's gonna throw the ball 60 times this game.
But listen,
just out of curiosity, Manny. Can you look up what the franchise record is for passes thrown in a single game? Like not completions, just attempts. Period. Because I want to know. I want to know how close Fitzpatrick is to meeting that little milestone at this point. Because if there's a whole quarter left to go.
70 attempts by Drew Bledsoe in 1994.
The Dolphins?
Oh, the Dolphins?
Yeah, the Dolphins. Yeah, no, not NFL. Franchise record.
Okay.
I was going to say. But still, though, Drew, 74 passes in one game, though? For real?
In 1994.
Did they run the ball like once all game?
I don't know. Most bad.
It's like 74 passes. That sounds like there's no running backs, and they're literally trying to run with offensive linemen if that were the case.
Most passing attempts, 60 by Dan Marino.
60 by Marino. Okay.
60 by Marino.
Well, Fitzpatrick is going to get pretty close to that, I think.
But one thing, though, that I did like Fitzpatrick do on that third down, listen, once again, the pressure was there, right? The blitz was there. But he didn't scramble out of it. Looked through his progression, left to right, stepped up, hit Grant for the first down. See, it's easy. It's been there all game. He just has that happy dance of let me just rush it up because I feel like I'm going to get sacked. The plays have been there all third down to make it. The Jets have been blitzing every single time. Just trust it a little bit. Let your progressions happen. It happens. You picked up the first down, but God damn it, Breida.
Well, we're back to the offense of the Jets now. Let's see what Adam Gase calls up. How many bubble screens?
All right, guys. Huge stop there, but the Dolphins defense once again, right? And I don't know. We just hope that this Dolphins offense can just run it the way they were, but I doubt that's going to happen. And maybe Matt Burrito doesn't even see the football in this possession.
We'll find out, won't we? You're already back in, so let's go.
I just wanted to come on and say this is just getting ridiculous.
The fumbling stuff is bad.
It's so undisciplined. Laird running it with one hand like this. I mean, man, like this game shouldn't even be close. Shouldn't even be close. And you're letting an 0-10 football team make plays in which they haven't made all year just because you don't want to be more disciplined. Ridiculous. We'll be back after the 38 seconds of the third quarter.
And here we are with the end of the third quarter, and the Dolphins are still up 13-3, but there are a lot of miscues happening that is making things very difficult to watch this football game. It was fun at first, and then you start to realize that things are not going well for one reason or another. Questionable coaching decisions from our offensive coordinator, questionable decisions made by the players, obviously miscues. Yes, I see that that comment there regarding there's your Laird run. I want more Laird runs. I'm sorry, just because he fumbled doesn't mean that we shouldn't run the football. This is the problem. This is the problem that people have, is that you get into this mentality of if the guy fumbles and they obviously don't, they should stop doing it altogether. That's the same mentality that kept Kenyon Drake from becoming a really good player down here in Miami. We refused to give him the football because of because supposedly he had big time fumbling issues. Now he's in Arizona and they're pretty happy with him as the running back. Ezekiel Elliott in Dallas is having fumbling issues lately. I don't think they're going to move on from him anytime soon because he's Ezekiel Elliott. Now we have Matt Breida, fumbles, Patrick Laird, fumbles. Does that mean the Dolphins should just never run the football again? I really doubt that that's the case, and this is something you also have to consider. Fitzpatrick's arm is getting tired. Like, you can tell as the game wears on, he's getting tired. You can tell his arm is losing velocity. It's not as strong as it was at the start of the game.
I mean, Lewis, if you threw for 34 times in a game, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, my arm would be tired. Absolutely. Right? And not only that, Fitzpatrick, we have to remember he's 38 years old, and having a cannon for an arm has never been his MO. So he's running out of steam. So the running game has to take over at some point. So every time
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that.
but
once again, the defense is going to have to step up and
defense has to do something.
Another stop where a game could have been controlled by the offense. You go down and at least kick 2 field goals. You feel a little bit much better, but your drive is getting stalled because you're not converting on third down when you need to. You're giving up the football on consecutive drives, running it and fumbling. I mean, now I can't really hate on Changeli because the last 2 possessions have been what we wanted him to go from the get-go. But then you fumble the football.
That's execution. You can't get away from it. You got to get somebody that football. Give it to Washington. He's the one who hasn't gotten to run yet. So there you go.
Then you see Fitzpatrick trying to throw it right at Washington with a guy over his back.
And by the way, the Dolphins just sacked Sam Darnold.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Game on.
Nothing else can be said about this Dolphins defense, man. Back it up, bro. What a play by Roberts there.
Landon Roberts, man. We've been
What a
trashing
play.
him all. We've been trashing him all season because he's not the premier inside linebacker we're looking for. And believe me, I still want Micah Parsons, but give credit to Roberts, man. I
think that play was so beautiful for the simple fact that Roberts let the play develop, saw the hole, knew that Gore selected it, met him right at it, and he didn't miss the tackle. Most times we see young linebackers trying to, just lunge himself. No, he based himself up, connected with them, helmet to helmet, backed them up. Once again, the Dolphins defense holds offense back on the move. We'll be back soon. Yeah, so Lewis, I've never understood the point of running a play where it's 3rd and 5, right? And you run 4 yards. I've never understood the point of that.
Well, to be fair to Fitzpatrick, there was really no time for him to actually look around and make another choice. He just kind of had to get rid of it or nothing was going to happen. So, you could tell they were bringing the heat on that one. So when that happens, you have to make a choice, and if it's the wrong one, oh well. I'm not going to blame him for that one. If he had more time to look around, I probably would have given him more flack for it. But on that one, it was either get rid of it or go down.
Okay.
But I will say this.
So where are we now? We're 11:54 left in the 4th quarter.
I'm upset with Matt Hawk.
Yeah, that was
Hawk has been punting terribly all game long. I don't think he's had a single really good punt all day. So
Jets are taking over right over their 40. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's not good.
I agree. I mean, listen, realistically speaking, a Jets touchdown, even a field goal makes it a 1-possession game, right? In a game where I feel like the Dolphins have been able to control but haven't been able to put points up on the board. And at the end of the day, it's about the scoring, right? Or, you scoring more points than the other team. And it just feels like the Dolphins offense. I think Kenny Lofton make the greatest observation. The Dolphins offense is in neutral. They have absolutely no idea whether to go driving or they're going to reverse. They just want to stay halfway middle, and it's like, well, that's
James Lofton.
James Lofton, not Kenny Lofton. I don't know why.
Yeah, I
said
know
that.
because Kenny Lofton is a name that sticks in your head. Who the heck is James Lofton?
Yeah, right.
Like a Hall of Famer. Apparently, we have to be fair to him. Apparently, he's a Hall of
Mhm.
Famer. But it's like, forgive me, I'm not somebody I'm familiar with. But
And
in any
once again,
case,
you're asking your defense to go out there and make a play, and the
they
game
have to win the game for us again.
Yeah, and scoring only 3. They've only given up a field goal. And once again, you're asking them to create another stop in the game where the offense has just been, to me, just horrific. I'm sorry. Like, you can't score 13 points and not do anything in the second half against a Jets defense that we know they're going to blitz the whole time.
Well, let's see what they do this time. Oh, another sack.
Here we go.
And here we are, and we are once again joined by Jakari. He is here to offer us some of his own insight. So what did you think about that drive, Jakari?
It was a good mix of the running pass. Obviously, Miami was aided by 2 defensive pass interference calls. The last one was kind of questionable for me, but the Dolphins benefited. But on this last play, Fitzpatrick was kind of counting down. I think it was like a second left on the play clock. Got the snap off, seeing that his first read, Gesicki wasn't there, came back to the check down to Shaheen. Shaheen was just able to muscle himself in for a touchdown. So overall, it was a nice drive, aided by 2 penalties. Something different that Tua doesn't do. Fitzpatrick actually just throws it up sometimes, and it actually benefits the Dolphins. But I like that Washington was getting some good runs on that drive. So I just want to see Miami, get this last defensive stop and then just grind the clock out for the 4-minute offense.
And this is kind of, if we're being honest with ourselves, this is reminiscent of what the game looked like the last time we played the Jets. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't exactly the extreme blowout we were looking for, and yet somehow the Dolphins ended up shutting out the Jets in that game. So really, the only real difference is that there's a 3-point difference in the Jets scoring. So, I mean, but still, though, it's the Jets. You figure that we should absolutely wreck them. That's the disappointment.
Yeah, this is just a normal win. I don't see this as an indictment on the Miami. I just think the Jets are just that bad. You do like what you're seeing from Parker. 8 catches, 119 yards receiving. So we love that. But overall, it's just what I thought it would be, an ugly game. I thought the Dolphins would win closer than what people are thinking. It's just the defense has made opportune plays. The sacks on the first down that killed the Jets' last drive. So it's just that they was never able to recover. So I'm not shocked by what's going on. It's a pretty easy game for Miami. I feel like with Tua, if Tua would have been in, I think Miami would have scored more points. Yes, I do believe that.
Well, I guess we can only be able to speculate at this point. So I honestly not sure if that's the case. I feel like I will say this. I think if Tua were in, they would run the ball more, and maybe that would be a little bit of a difference. It would make the offense more balanced because Gailey loves to throw passing plays for Fitzpatrick. But
yeah, I'm still lost there. It's like his game plans have just for Tua, he's just let's be conservative. Ryan Fitzpatrick, he's there letting him just fire the ball downfield
because he likes to fire it downfield. What can you say? All right, and the Jets are going to return it, so we'll be back at the next commercial. So here we are. We're getting ready to start up the post-game show at this point. The 2-minute warning has arrived, and the Miami Dolphins are driving down the field with the running game. I feel like must be emphasized. So Dwayne Washington, Matt Breida, whoever you want to throw out there, it seems to be working. Ryan Fitzpatrick running the option, and if he hadn't tripped, he probably would have scored a touchdown on that run. I did say before that it looks like a cartoon when Fitzpatrick does stuff, right? It doesn't feel like it's real life, but nevertheless, here we are. Dolphins are about to put away the Jets, and after that, we can have the ever popular debate: who gives the Dolphins the best chance to win right now? And I'm sure we'll have a long discussion about that after this game is over. Jakari?
That was just a terrible read by Sam Darnold. I don't know what he was looking at there. Tried to reload his throw, and just threw it to Xavier. And it was great coverage, great skill. Great motor merit technique at the line. Read the route and just broke on the ball. And obviously, when the ball's thrown his way, most likely he's gonna catch it because he doesn't drop many interceptions. But that's a 7.
He dropped one earlier though, which was a bummer. He could have had 8. He could have had 8.
I said most times he did.
Most times. I know, but I'm greedy. You know me, Jakari. I'm greedy. I want all of it. I want it all, and I want it now.
Leading the NFL with his 7th pick. I don't know if J.C. Jackson might have caught one today. We'll have to see. But
Is he the best? Is he the best corner in football
for the Dolphins?
in the NFL?
Who?
Xavier Howard.
No, man. Come on, brother. Interceptions don't mean anything, man. It's a loaded stat, brother.
I'm sure we'll debate that later.
Wait a minute. Jakari, please name me your top 3 cornerbacks in the NFL.
Interceptions don't mean anything. Patrick Peterson got drafted number 5 overall, catching 2 interceptions in 3 years.
Game on. We're about to score. Here we go.
Oh, Jakari.
and welcome officially to the post-game show portion of our Dolphins-Jets rematch live stream. And since we are at this point of the day, I will go ahead and say that this post-game portion is brought to you by prizepicks.com. Use the promo code 5, that's FIVE, and they will match up to $100 on your deposit. Pick 2, 3, or 4 fantasy players and choose the over or under on their fantasy point projection, and you could win big. So, with that being said, I'm a little bummed out that the Dolphins didn't step on their throats. They were like right there at the goal line, and instead of scoring again, they decided to kneel and end it the nice way. I'm like, this is just me speaking. This is just me, the fan wanting to talk right now. But I really wanted them to just embarrass Adam Gase in the last few seconds of the game. Like, the guy had literally basically decided he was going to give up. He didn't use his timeouts. He didn't try to do anything. He was like, no, this game's over. You guys can have it. That's a coach who deserves to be embarrassed, okay? It really is. So I'm a little upset with Flores for not ending it in the most embarrassing way possible for the Jets, but I mean, whatever. The Dolphins won 20-3. They started to run the ball a little bit better somewhere down the line, and now we are joined by Michael. So now we have a good panel of opinions here, and I think Manny still wants to talk to Jakari a little bit, so I'll go ahead and let that go.
No. I mean, listen. Whenever Jakari has a take, I've never been that guy to say, oh no, BS, right? Like, I go and I try to analyze it, and as much as I can see where he's coming from, to me, Xavier Howard to me is still a top 3, top 5 cornerback in this league without question.
So
I mean, let me finish. The way that he is when he's covering a guy one-on-one.
You're taking him over Jalen Ramsey.
No.
You're taking him over Tre'Davious White from Buffalo.
No.
You're taking him over Marlon Humphrey.
Yes.
From the Ravens, you taking them over?
To me, the Ravens have one of the best pass rushers ever, so that makes your job easier.
No, they don't.
Unlike in Miami. Continue.
Pass rushers. No, they don't. They just got
a better defensive scheme, bro. Okay. You put Xavier Howard on Baltimore. Come on.
You taking him over Stephon Gilmore?
I'm not taking over Stephon Gilmore. No.
Okay, that's 4 corners now. You said a top 4.
I put him top 3. I put him ahead of Humphrey.
So you taking him over? I'm missing some people. Anna, I said Ramsey, Humphrey.
I sat here for the last 5 minutes and I tried to see which quarterback besides the guys you just named.
Tre'Davious White from Buffalo.
Tre'Davious White, I had him up there. I had him White. I had Ramsey, and I have Howard. I don't have nobody else besides that I would want. I would think it's up.
At best, he's top 10. At best.
Top 10. So name me 5 other guys then ahead of him. Then
Patrick Peterson is still better than him at this point in his career.
That's
I don't know. No, not Patrick Peterson.
Okay. But when Patrick Peterson had his matchup against DK Metcalf, how many catches Metcalf had?
Jakari, you're a little hard to hear, man.
Hold on. When
I don't know, man. But listen, to not give Xavier Howard at least a top 5 notch, you think top 10? No, man, he's way better than this. He's way better than that.
So J.C. Jackson got 6 picks, and you gonna say he's not a top? So J.C. Jackson's not good either.
Okay, Alfredo's here. He'll break the tie here. Alfredo, is Xavier Howard a top? Is he the best top 5 or top 10 corner in the league?
Well, now that Gilmore seems to be slowing down a little bit, Xavier Howard is one of the best corners in the game. And
okay,
today,
but what numerically, top 10, top 5, or like top 3?
Oh, he's easily top 5. He's easily top 5, and it's not even close.
That's what I said.
Oh, he's easily top 5. When you get your hands on so many balls every year, every interception, man, it's a game changer.
It's a loaded stat, just like sacks.
Yeah, but they matter. Once you get interceptions, they matter.
You gotta get them.
I'm gonna tell you this. We named Patrick Peterson probably one of the best corners over the last 10 years, correct? How many interceptions do he catch? Why he's not getting interceptions? Because they're not challenging him. So it's hard for
but Byron Jones had one of the best seasons, period. I think it was in 2018 with the Dallas Cowboys. One of the best seasons a corner has ever had, statistically. Okay, because I believe he was giving up somewhere around less than 30 yards a game and like a 30 quarterback rating throwing to him, and he had 0 interceptions. Xavier Howard does that, but he gets you 7 picks a year. Yeah. And he already has 7 this year, right?
Like I said, when he was the top guy last year, I listen. I think that is guys who are better than him right now.
Yeah, no. And
now, that if the Dolphins can trade for them, they would send Xavier Howard away and take those guys.
Again, I'm not saying what Jakar is saying is wrong, but when you say Jalen Ramsey, I say Aaron Donald. When you say Humphreys, I see a better front for. No. I'm just saying. Xavier Howard can't rely on the pass rush to get to him all the time. He needs to be able to lock his man down every single play. That's my thing. I know Jalen does his. Listen, Jalen Ramsey had one of the best games against DK Metcalf, just like you said. That when you said what Patrick Peters said on DK, you got to give Xavier Howard his props, man. The man is all over the field touching football. He's picking them up.
I just said he's a top 10 corner. I didn't say he was
top 10 is pushing, man. But
top 10.
Yeah, I think top 10 is not.
But top 10 is pushing, man. Top 10 to me is pushing.
Because top 10 makes him not a starter in the Pro Bowl, and he's a Pro Bowl starter. Period.
Without question.
You know, and as far as Jalen Ramsey, if you break down the film on Jalen Ramsey, there's certain moments where he gets beat, especially on go routes against the Dallas Cowboys this year. How does his season?
He get beat on double moves because he's a little bit of a gambler. Yes,
but how does his season look if he loses that game against the Dallas Cowboys on that phantom pass interference call?
It's cornerback. You playing man all day, you're gonna get beat now.
Yeah, but that game would have been on him.
All right, guys. Listen, enough cornerback talk. Let's get right into the game. Lewis.
I mean,
first thoughts, reaction. Basically, me and you were on the stream the whole game.
Okay, my first reaction. Yeah. You want my first reaction?
Yeah, whatever.
Xavier Howard is the top 3 cornerback.
Yeah, I think it's right there. It's not crazy. I definitely put him in the top 5.
Okay, anyway, my real first reaction is that
the Patriots won?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, they kicked the field goal to end the game.
Last second, 50-yard field goal.
Oh, you imagine Kyler Murray's got to be ticked off about that.
Raiders lost, right?
What was his post-game statement? What was it?
And what's Jacksonville doing? Did Jacksonville get the ball back?
Jacksonville scored, but I don't know if they got the 2 point.
Jacksonville, I'll tell you right now. Jacksonville is down by 2 minutes to go, but Browns football.
The real question for everybody is who gives the Dolphins the best chance to win down the stretch? Let's just get right into it.
For the future, Tua.
No.
For this year. You didn't let me finish my statement. I was literally going to say it. For the future, Tua. For this season, I still believe it's Fitzpatrick.
Okay.
I say Tua gives us the better chance to win.
This season?
Yes. Yeah, I say right now, listen. The fact that Fitzpatrick did not throw an interception today, I think it's more a byproduct of the fact that the Jets have a bad defense.
He should have been picked up a couple times.
Than his good play. The offense stalled out way too many times. I don't understand what it was at the start of the second half where they didn't run the ball once. I think it was 3 drives in a row. I had no idea what that was about. And then it was just bring in a running back, he fumbles, bring in the next one. Bring in a running back, he fumbles, bring in the next one. Washington was the best running back today because he didn't fumble. He also looked really nifty. He had some good runs. I don't know what the play calling was. I mean, what did Fitzpatrick throw it by the end of the game? 38, 39 times?
39 times.
Tua never gets that shot. And this is something I've been saying. When we're talking about Tua and his season so far, and everybody's panicking on it, as they always do, I always bring up, he's thrown an average of 23 times per game. The most he's ever thrown in one game was 25 times. If you gave him 38 throws like you gave Fitzpatrick today, I think we would have had a better game than we did with Fitzpatrick. And I really believe Tua's ball security puts us one step above. So I think Tua gives us a better chance to win right now as opposed to Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, this team is conservative by nature. That's the way they are until they get some weapons on the outside to complement Devontae Parker and Mike Gesicki, until they sort out this run game. They're a conservative team, so they don't want to turn the ball over. And Tua has shown that he doesn't turn the ball over. I still go back to that Cardinals game. Mm-hmm. And in that Cardinals game, they got a little bit nervous. They felt like, okay, we can lose. We're going to have to cut him loose a little bit. And he played great. And ended up winning the game. Ended up outscoring Kyler Murray 10-0 in the fourth quarter. So I think the Dolphins, the way that they've been playing behind their defense and their special teams has hurt Tua a little bit as far as, cutting him loose and on the stat sheet. So, we got to throw out the Denver game. The Denver game, he was just bad, and the offense was bad all around, period.
Jakari, you need a headset, man. I can't hear you.
You can't?
No. Where's your headset, man?
Yeah.
Where are your earphones?
By the way, guys, I think you guys can't watch this right now, but the Denver Broncos have no quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're on their first offensive drive. They've run shotgun runs, and they made it all the way to the 50 at least with it. So I don't even know.
The Wildcat. They're running the Wildcat all the way there.
The Wildcat all the way to the 50, and then that's it. They couldn't do it anymore.
By the way, Justin Herbert is doing that thing that he always does, which is put up good numbers and lose again.
Yeah, he is. You're right. You're right, Alf. You're right. But listen, guys, if there's one bright spot, once again, it was his defense after a piss poor performance last week. Listen, after that first drive where me and Lewis were like, this can't happen all game, right? You have to pressure Sam Bradford no matter what. You were able to do that. You got
Darnold. You said
Sam.
Bradford.
Sorry, Sam Darnold, not Sam Bradford.
Same thing.
Same thing, right?
Actually, we can have that question at the end. Who would you rather have, Bradford or Darnold? I mean,
exactly, but listen,
Darnold, he's younger. He's got potential. He can be fixed, I think.
Yeah, listen. So where I'm getting to is the bright spot was the defense. To me, once again, just offensive play calling to me was it was weird. It felt forced. It felt, I don't know what other words to use besides that when you finally did run the ball on consecutive drives, me and Lewis were like, yes, Burrito, yes, Washington. You fumble the football with Burrito on one drive, then Laird fumbles it again. But that shouldn't be a reason why you don't continue to try to run the football, right? I mean, things that happen, it's mind-boggling to me how, you come out of the half, you throw it, and then it doesn't work for two possessions. You finally get it going, but I truly feel like the Dolphins offense left points out there, not scored. But, the defense once again showing up against an offense that was putrid and was able to hold them.
Yeah, and what was weird was that Sam Darnold, I thought, was really good today. Now, they put up 3 points.
What's
look at his accuracy.
The definition of really good, Alfredo? He threw 2 picks.
Compared to everything else that they have, and compared to how they've looked in weeks, he made big plays. He had 3 passes over 30 yards. He dropped one on the bucket on Byron Jones. Yep. But they're just limited. And besides what every team gets on us, which is those nickel runs, they spread us out. They run draws. They run leads on us on our nickel defense. We give those up. It's just something we're going to have to live with. Okay, if you're going to play that many defensive backs, you're just going to have to live with that. Yeah. But as far as the running game, I completely agree with Michael. DeAndre Washington, I think, looked the best out of the group. It's not a great group. But, going forward, I like to see more. Because he shows some niftiness, some power. And, there was a couple of plays where you could see, okay, he has nothing. And all of a sudden, okay, it's 2nd and 8. He somehow got 2 yards on that.
Right.
And that's something that we haven't been getting from everybody else. But, the fumbles, absolutely. Those are benchable offenses on this team because this team has to win on defense and special teams.
But you know what? Is that same
too.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I wonder on the fumbles, too, how much of it is you're putting Breida and Laird out there on such minimal occasions. I wonder how much of the fumbles is them trying to get so much extra. Because if they don't shine.
Hold on. Both fumbles, running back has the ball like this. Left hand is nowhere to be found. It's like this.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Football, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It is 101. But when you're looking at guys, they're not going to get their jobs back gaining you 2 to 3 yards. They're not. They're going to get 2 to 3 yards, and then they're going to bench them when Gaskin and Ahmed are back healthy. I blame them for the fumbles. They have to be better than that. But I also wonder how much of it is the added pressure of if you're not getting us 8 to 12-yard runs every once in a while, you have no reason to play. So they're trying all this crazy extra stuff. They're putting on all this pressure on the running backs, and it's just like you need to get an actual rhythm going, and we did not seem to have a rhythm going on the offensive side of the ball all day.
Yeah, if I'm Brian Flores, and it's simple to say this, but it's the truth, especially with this team, the way it's currently built, he has to get on the whiteboard on Monday or Tuesday. I bring him in on Monday because they have a lot to work on, especially on the pass offense. But I will put on the whiteboard 0 turnovers. And when everybody just stares back at me, I just tell them, if we do that, we should beat almost everybody that we have left on the schedule, except maybe for a couple.
Yeah.
You know, like it'll be, Kansas City, Buffalo, somebody like that.
Yep.
But you don't turn the ball over with our defense. They should be top 2-ish now in points allowed after this game. So with our defense, our special teams, we should be able to win a lot of games down the stretch if we don't turn the ball over.
And that's before a whole other free agency and a whole other draft. And I think
exactly.
But although I do think I hear somewhere in the distance Kai screaming for Travis Etienne out of Clemson. So I think that
but that Travis Etienne quote is being stuck in a dryer without a dryer. So there you go for that.
Yeah,
because he's not joining us because he doesn't have a dryer. So hopefully Kai will find one soon.
So let's just out of curiosity, let's say they get Travis Etienne. Does that really fix the running game issue, or is there a lot more to it? Because I think there's more to it than that. The running game still requires a decent offensive line, and
unless Travis Etienne becomes Barry Sanders, where he could run backwards 10 yards and gain 5 yards, you need a better offensive blocking scheme.
Well, he has enough speed that a lot of these runs that we pop for 15 could be 70.
Towards the outside.
With Travis Etienne.
Towards the outside, though, right? Towards the outside.
Yeah, no, but part of the problem with the run game is that it was really good early on in the season. Not really good, but good as far as execution with our tight ends. And Durham Smythe has had a rough, ever since he got the injury, he's had a rough 4 weeks blocking. And Adam Shaheen has had a rough time, and then Chandler Cox is always on the inactive list as of late because they want to get to other things. They want to spread the ball out. So the running game has a lot of holes in it that they just got to patch here and there, and a blocking tight end might be something that they're probably looking for also.
But along the offensive line, you're happy with it? Because frankly, I want an upgrade over Ted Karras. Yeah,
over Ted Karras has been good this year as far as his anchor. Solomon McKinley wasn't out there today. I would I like to see him going forward. And he's really good in pass pro. Solomon McKinley all year has been pretty decent in pass pro with his anchor. So I want to see more further development. And, if you bring back the same offensive line with a top pick at center, I'm fine with it next year.
Well, then I'm fine with it next year, but I also do want to see the rookies get better. And I'm sure they will, but I do need to see them improve some, right? You can't be out there for as many games as they have been, which is rare for rookies picked where they were and not improve. So I definitely need to see that from them. But I would say the running back, honestly, is the biggest thing here. The offensive line isn't opening up huge holes, but they still open up some decent holes every now and then that you're like, okay, that's respectable. A running back should be able to get more out of it. So if I have a pick between a center or a running back, and I think the running back can be it, I take the running back over the center right now, personally, in the draft.
Yeah, like I always say, on first down, if you get a 4-yard run on first down, it's not the worst thing in the world. 2nd and 6 is fine, okay? That gets you toward converting a 3rd down. But I wanted to say this because as soon as I got on, I didn't want to forget it. The Jets did do something to us this year. And I went back to the game that we beat them 24-0 here. If you remember the second half, they had a lot of success on defense. Greg Williams started drawing up a lot of 5-man pressures that every single team since then has tried to emulate, and the Broncos did the best of. I posted the chart of all their 4- and 5-man pressures against Tua, and it was out of the 29 dropbacks, it was 16 5-man pressures. So that's something that Greg Williams put on film, and everybody's trying to copy, and it almost worked today because that offense wasn't chewing up the clock and the yardage today.
All right, so we welcome back Jakari to our post-game show. And how's about it, Jakari? And Jakari's gone again. Never mind, we're not welcoming back Jakari.
Just for these Justin Herbert lovers, right? He went 31-52 for 316 yards today, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. But what they won't talk about is over 120 yards came in the 4th quarter in garbage time. But nobody will talk about that, right? So there you go, Justin Herbert.
52 pass attempts. Listen.
Bro, me, you, and Alf could have played quarterback and probably gotten the same amount of yardage for 52 pass attempts.
I have no idea. I feel like I've never seen this before, where they let a rookie go out there and throw this many times. That's insane to me. I would listen. I would
It's
give
the
up one of
cannon
my
arm, Michael. It's the
I
cannon
would give
arm.
up one of my toes and walk funny the rest of my life to get to an average of 5 more passes a game. Okay.
Okay.
And from 25 to 30. Come on.
Don't.
And Eckler, was Eckler back today? I believe he was back, right?
I think he was.
Yes, thank you, Manny. That's perfect. Like, careful what you wish for, Michael. Like,
It's just a toe. It's fine.
no, it's not a toe, man. You lose a toe, you never walk right again in your life.
Look, on the podcast, if you go back a year, not this draft run up this past year, but the year before, I was all in on Justin Herbert. And before the 2019 season, I was like, I looked at the schedule and I said, okay, there's a lot of big games here. Oregon has a top 10 team. I want to see him play really good in one of these games. His first game against Auburn, he plays okay, they lose. And then you saw it all year when every time he was faced with a big game, he would put up numbers and somehow they would lose. And great college quarterbacks always show up and beat teams in the top 10 when they can. And the only time he had ever had a signature win was against Stanford at the end of the year, and we ended up finding out that Stanford was really, really bad. So there's something wrong with Justin Herbert. It's not his physical traits. It's going to be processing going forward, and their coaching is just bad. So, Justin Herbert's an evaluation for next year.
It's winning, right?
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to, right? Like, I'd rather have a quarterback who throws 175 yards with only 1 touchdown, but we win the game, as opposed to 300 and something yards and we lose a ton of them. Like, that's just what I want. That's what we need.
And another thing, as I was watching this game, nobody can figure out what Tennessee or the Colts are, right? Like, we know Tennessee's pretty good. They were in the AFC Championship game last year. Like, before the game, like, I like to go around and see what everybody was thinking because, we're in this playoff chase. Who are you rooting for? Because I think both teams are really, really good. But today the Colts get absolutely smoked. Nobody saw that coming.
Yeah.
So who did you want to lose? Who do you want losing going forward? Who do you think is passable, let's say? Because now one of them is going to be tied with us. Well, I guess it's going to be the Colts. Colts will be tied with us.
I'd rather have it be the Colts that are behind. Right. I think Tennessee has a better team than the Colts. And I think the Colts can start reeling a little bit more than the Titans would. But I'll let Lewis give his take.
Phillip Rivers' arm will die out in time. So, honestly, I would rather face off against the Colts than I would against the Titans.
Guys, real quickly, Flores just confirmed in this press conference that Tua is still the Miami Dolphins starting quarterback. He quoted, if he's healthy, he's the guy. I don't know how many different ways we have to continue to say that. If you keep asking, I'll keep asking the same way.
I mean, because the fact that we have to have that discussion. The question is not whether Tua is going to be named the starter or not. We knew it was going to be Tua as soon as he took over that first time. But they decided that it wasn't worth to play Tua right now. His thumb is not 100%. You need thumbs in order to throw accurately. Right. So I don't really have an issue with him sitting out. And I know that people are going to continue to ask because we're asking the same question. Who is the guy that's better for the team right this second? Not down the line, not within.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we got you.
Oh,
very good. Much better headset. Much better. Awesome. Okay, so
this one right here,
this guy
the number one.
This guy right here that threw today for 39 pass attempts is the guy that's going to lead the Dolphins to victory this season?
No.
Let me say one thing about Tua. On Wednesday, we find out, okay, jam thumb. All right, he's going to go on the injury report, questionable. Then he moves to doubtful, right? Nobody ever tells us what actually happened with the thumb. And then today, if you watched him, and I was watching him like this, he had his left hand. He had his left hand in his hoodie, and he wouldn't take it out for nothing all game. Including one time he had the play sheet, and he had to fix his earbuds or whatever, and he put it under his arm, didn't take his left hand out of the hoodie, and then adjusted it with his right hand. So. Is this team secretive or what? Like, are we ever going to find out what's wrong with his thumb?
That is New England in a nutshell, Alfredo. This is the New England South. This is what they do. They don't want you to know what's going on. They don't want you to see these guys. They want to hide everything from everybody. Do not make stories out of it because we will deny every second of it. So that's exactly what they're doing. No, they don't want you to know. The fact that there's even swelling on his thumb, I'm sure they're pissed off that it even got out in the first place. So No, we're never going to find out. That's what New England has done for years. They put guys, they hype up injuries. Oh, Tom Brady's shoulder is not doing well in practice, and then he goes out there and throws for 400 yards. Oh, this guy's thumb is not, he's fine, he'll be there, and then he ends up being out of the game. That's exactly what they do. Flores is once again taking something out of the Belichick playbook.
And I'm fine with that. I'm happier with that, right? Like, I want to know as a fan, but even going back to the draft, right, when everyone's questioning, well, who are they picking? Oh, it could be this, and there's a billion stories out there. And the one that we've been talking about the whole time is the one that they end up doing. I'm happy being like, if my organization can be read by a book based on sources and all these inside people, I just feel like that doesn't bode well. I don't think that looks great on your organization. And if they're keeping it tight-lipped and inside, something is working, right?
Oh, yeah.
Remember the fear of God that Brian Flores is putting in the organization is working, or he's threatening them with something else, but it's working, and I'm fine.
I mean, remember how we ripped that front office to shreds when it got leaked that Tua was going to start over Fitzpatrick. We tore them a new one over the fact that got leaked out.
No, you tore them a new one.
Me, just me by myself. That's it. That's right, Jakar. Yeah, I was the only one.
Because he was like, what is this?
Oh, look at that. You can see right there. Yeah, Dolphins in. And let me tell you one thing. Cleveland's 8-3. If the Dolphins played Cleveland next week, they'll kick the crap out of them.
Yeah.
Okay? Baker Mayfield, I think we're getting close to the point where we can say he's just not good.
He's a game manager at this point.
Baker Mayfield has a big mouth and a small arm. Seriously.
By the way, guys, if the playoffs started today, the Miami Dolphins will be traveling to Tennessee.
Oh, I'm not happy with that.
How fun is that?
I'm just saying.
I don't know. Our defense against Tannehill?
Hold on.
Defense against Derrick Henry, Alfredo.
It's Henry that worries me. We have not looked great against the run.
I think the Dolphins, if out of all matchups, that's probably the best matchup they have.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
So you would like them to play Kansas City?
Yeah, so basically it's either Kansas City, Tennessee, or Buffalo if the playoffs started today.
I'd rather play Buffalo out of those three.
No.
I don't.
I'd rather play Buffalo.
Tennessee is the most winnable game out of that.
Tennessee scares the crap out of me, and it's
Derrick
not because
Henry,
of Tannehill.
Derrick Henry freaks me out.
Yes,
I feel like Derrick Henry could destroy us.
Listen, Landon Roberts came shooting through the gap and knocked down Frank Gore. It's going to go the other way around if it's Derrick Henry. He's going to just run over this guy get out of my way, boy.
I like the Titans, but if you take away the running game, and it's been done to them before, I just don't see it. Like I said, their defense is susceptible to a lot of big plays as well.
Yes.
I just think that would be Miami's best matchup. Like, if you want Miami to go in and win a game, Tennessee is the best matchup they have because they can't beat. Let's be honest. They're not going to beat the Kansas City Chiefs team and Arrowhead. No, that's not a good matchup for them.
And Tennessee gives up points, and you got to think, man. If the Dolphins can grab like a 7-0 lead or a 10-0 lead early in the game, and they start trying to rely on Ryan Tannehill, I like our defense against Ryan Tannehill.
It's just Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's the only one that I'm not sure we can stop him.
I mean, ain't nobody really stopping him right now anyway, but they've lost games with him rushing for 100 yards as well. No.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, like I said, their defense has the most holes in it. Like, they don't really have a premier pass rush like that. Their secondary is kind of leaky at times. So, I would like our chances there.
Yeah, the Dolphins have the Raiders on the schedule, so they could take care of their own business. I'm interested to see what's on the schedule for the Browns. Anybody can pull that up?
I'll pull it up.
Because they're the one that, they keep winning these games.
I think they do have a date with the Steelers in Baltimore once again, though. I think
they do have both of those games. So they have coming up, they've got Tennessee next week. Then they have Baltimore, the Giants, the Jets, and Pittsburgh. So 2 should be wins. And then 3 games that are going to be close with Tennessee, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh.
So that's 10. So, we need 10, basically.
Yeah. Which basically means we need to beat
the Dolphins have to win 10 games.
Yeah, 2 of the last 4, which then becomes Kansas City, the Raiders, New England, and Buffalo. I do think the Raiders are beatable. I've always thought that. I mean, I think they're a good team, but they're beatable. And then
if
New
the
England.
Dolphins can beat the Raiders, they can beat the Chiefs.
No.
Because the Raiders have already beaten the Chiefs.
No.
But
And
the
they
Raiders
went-
are
they
weird.
hung
The
toe to toe
Raiders
with the
just
Chiefs
got
in the
blown
second
out
game.
by the Falcons. They just got blown out
bro.
43-6.
No.
That's what I'm saying. Any given
Lewis,
Sunday.
Lewis,
Any given
the
Sunday.
The Raiders playing the Chiefs is just a team that they get up to play that team.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
It's like us against the Patriots.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just a matchup thing. You can never do that. Okay, this team beat that team, and then this team beat that team, so therefore we could beat that team. Because if you did that, let's play with the Raiders.
Okay, but hold on.
Raiders smoked the Saints, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then went to Tampa Bay and got smoked by Tampa Bay by 4 touchdowns.
Yeah.
45.
All right.
And then the Saints go and smoke the Bucks by 5 touchdowns. So how does
Okay.
that make sense? You know what I mean?
All right. But do you trust? Okay, we're talking about the Dolphins having a world-class defense right now. We're talking about this
Pat
defense
Mahomes
being one
is
of
the best quarterback in the league. It's no chance.
So then why don't we just hand him the Super Bowl
No,
trophy
he's
right
saying
now?
against us. He's saying against us.
Against the Dolphins, the Chiefs will score at least 40 points. Easy.
Oh, I don't know about all that.
No, I don't know
I'll
about
give
40.
the Dolphins defense a
They're
little bit more
scoring
credit
40
than that.
points against. You have to, like the
Okay,
Chiefs,
this comes back to Jakari not thinking Howard is a top 5 corner.
He's top 10. He's top 10.
You know what? In my opinion, Xavier Howard is the only cornerback in the league. That's it. Everyone else is dead to me. He's number
Exactly.
1.
Like not even Byron Jones. He's not.
I'm
he's
gonna tell you why the Chiefs not a good matchup for the Dolphins is because the Dolphins play too much man coverage. You can't do that against
Well,
the
listen,
Chiefs.
if you play man coverage on Kelsey and Hill all game, eventually you're going to get beat because Mahomes is going to extend plays. There's no way.
So
right?
that's why
Okay.
you have to. The only way to beat Patrick Mahomes, you got to be able to win with 4 down linemen rushing and everybody else in coverage. That's the only.
And do we think?
Okay,
I don't
but
think
Eric
we have
Rowe
4
shut
down linemen
down
that would
George
win like
Kittle
that.
already.
He's
So why can't he knock out Kelsey?
No. Jordan Kelsey's a different animal, brother.
Well, also the quarterback for Kittle that day was a little different than Patrick Mahomes. So
Listen, Van Ginkel is going to emerge as a best offense pass rusher. Watch.
I'll tell you one thing. I trust Brian Flores to have a plan for Patrick Mahomes. I'll tell you that.
I'll say that, but to say that, that's gonna be a tough game. Like that's
Oh yeah, no, that's gonna be a tough game.
I never said it wasn't going to be a tough game for the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Like what the heck? Of course, it's going to be a tough game.
If you're the Dolphin defense and you're thinking, okay, what do we have to do against Patrick Mahomes? I think that their goal should be, okay, if we allow 3 touchdowns to Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, we should be able to win, even if they kick a million field goals. But you have to score against the Chiefs. That's the only way you're going to beat them.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going to shut them down. Like, that's not going to happen.
So now let's go ahead and bring this up because we are, of course, assuming that Tua is going to come back into the game at some point. So what more than anything does Tua need to fix about himself if he's going to be able to get this offense up and running? Because, again, Fitzpatrick, for all his flaws and for all his issues, the offense at least can move down the field. They're not good at getting the score, but they can move down the field. So what does Tua have to do to get everything up and running?
I put this out there on the extra yard account, and it kind of got some traction, and there was some back and forth with people on it. And I was saying that at the end of the game, if you watch that clip between Fitz and Tua talking at the end of the Denver game, Fitz is telling him, hey, I think this is a good learning experience for you. Sometimes you got to go first read, second read, and you just got to get it out there because you don't have time to go to your third read. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that Tua needs to throw, dangerous passes into double coverage or force something that isn't there. But I do think he has to start looking at throwing some passes where the guy isn't wide open.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I don't think the Dolphins are ever going to have the receivers that are wide open. Every once in a while it'll happen, right? Like you might get Bowden who's open and Perry, maybe Callaway, he got another catch today. But Parker, Gesicki are never going to be 5 yards ahead of their guy. They're just not. Barring some big breakdown, Tua needs to start throwing.
Gesicki, yes, he can be open all the time because he's a matchup nightmare for.
But it feels like he never is. It feels like every time Gesicki catches the ball, there's a defender right on him, and he has to make a great Gesicki catch that he does make.
I gotta be honest. At least with him today, Fitzpatrick lobbed the ball in the end zone, and he was taller than the other guys. So that to me was a great catch and throw. But as far as the other ones, Fitz just beamed it right at him, and of course the guy's gonna be right on him. So yeah, I feel like if a perfect pass is in front of Mike. You know what I'm saying? His strength, he might be able to get away. Not saying he'll take it to the house, but a better placed ball might give him.
Yeah, I said it on the 3 yards per carry account. I said that touchdown pass to Mike Gesicki, he was wide open.
Yeah.
And you'd expect him to be okay, the guy's like right there in front of him, right? No. Mike Gesicki's 6'6", and he's been in dunk contests.
Yeah,
if he's being guarded by
volleyball.
somebody who's 6 feet or less, he's wide open.
So he's not wide open.
He's wide open.
So clarification: he's not wide open via separation. He's wide open, just mismatched
Vertically.
Right.
So
but
that's
that's what I'm saying.
Gronk made a living off that for
for years.
Sure, but that takes time for you to develop that throwing. Because I think into his head, he's thinking, I don't want to throw an interception. I don't want to mess this up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he's thinking, what's the 100% completion? That's what I'm going to throw. And he's waiting for that. So he's saying, this is either going to be incomplete because it's past my receiver or it's right in their hands. And I think he just needs to say, I'm trusting my arm. I'm trusting my guys. I'm going to throw it to them. Because if you look at all of Parker's catches today, there was a defender on him on every single one. And Parker can make those catches, and it's just a matter of Tua saying, you know what? I'm just going to start making these throws. And interceptions are going to happen, right? I don't think they're going to happen a lot for him, but he can't be scared to throw them to the point where he doesn't throw something if there's a defender in the area. And so I just think Tua has to be a little bit more aggressive than he has been so far.
So is that the answer then? What he needs to do is he needs to be more aggressive?
Personally, I think so, and people disagree with me, and that's fine. It makes it more dangerous.
He
but
needs
I
faith.
think Tua is more accurate than he gives himself credit for.
He needs faith. He talked about it when I believe it was his second start after the Cardinals, and he said that he had to get in tune with what Chan wants to call and what Chan is thinking on certain plays and on certain downs. He needs faith in that his guys are going to execute route combinations and throw it to spots. That's what he was really good at Alabama, his anticipation. There was plays against Denver, and one that made the rounds. It seemed like, I broke it down for yard work, and then everybody else decided, okay, yeah, that's a pretty good play to talk about.
That's what always seems up happening. I was like, that's not fair, bro.
But that play, and I know that it's, to keep harping on, okay, one play. Well, the NFL, a lot of these teams, some teams may be 0-10, but you're talking about, the fine line, between losing and winning, right?
Look at the Chargers. The Chargers are what?
Yeah.
I think like 2-something and one scores games or something.
They're 3-8 now.
Yeah. So it's about taking advantage of every opportunity that you have. And when Devontae Parker, who's probably the 1A or at least one in the progressions, when he pops open by 7 yards on a flag route, that's 40 yards. Could be even a touchdown. You got to hit those.
Yep.
You just got to hit those. And Tua, I showed it on the replay on yard work. You see him. He looks at him. He tucks. He steps, and he decides, wow, look, the field is wide open. I can get these 6 yards, and a defensive end catches him. He gains 3 yards with his feet. And you can see that he looked around like, wow, that guy actually caught me. And, in the NFL, they catch you.
Yeah. So aggressiveness is the key, and faith in his guys. I get that, and that's what we were talking about last week. I think that's the main thing that Fitzpatrick has that Tua does not. But that's exactly why, at least for the moment, that's the argument that I make when I say that Fitzpatrick is better for this team right this second, because this offense is not going to be the offense that Tua ideally would want. It's not his Alabama offense. He does not have Henry Ruggs and Jerry Jeudy running free every single play. He's got to just trust that these guys are going to come down with it. He's not going to have a wide open guy every single time. Fitzpatrick is willing to make that shot, and until Tua is, I don't think he is this second quarterback. I think after an offseason where they can change up the weapons and they can change the offensive philosophy, that it would be best for Tua. But again, if we're talking about right this second, that's the argument I make when I say Fitzpatrick is the best option, because Fitzpatrick will take that chance. Tua right now is not willing to.
So what happens when you get in the game like he had the first game of the year against the Patriots? You still gonna want Fitzpatrick out there?
It happens. That's the risk you run. But with Tua, if he's not willing to take that chance with receivers who are not going to get 4 yards of separation every route they run, you have to ask that question.
I just think this is overreaction, in my opinion, because you just beat the Jets.
It's not me overreacting. I've been saying for a while now that for the future, Tua's the best option. But for right now, I still think it's
So
Fitzpatrick.
after he played the game against the Cardinals, were you still on that trend of saying, "Oh, Fitzpatrick's the guy"?
They had a good game, but okay. The guy implies that I think he's the franchise quarterback. I think that for this season, remember, I wanted Tua to sit the whole season. I don't think that Tua, right this second, is better quarterback in the NFL than Ryan Fitzpatrick, who has 18 years of experience reading defenses, knowing when to bail out of a play, when to not hold on to the football, because that was one of the things that Tua was doing just last week, is that he was holding on too long, waiting for the guy to be open, and then he takes the sack.
That was his worst game that he played as a starter.
That's his worst game in a really long time.
The NFL learning curve. That's the NFL learning curve.
I just think that they fell into the Broncos trap. I just think from the jump, the Dolphins didn't look prepared to go as an offense or a defense. The defense made a couple of plays, but they didn't look prepared. Like, you can tell that. But did he miss throws? Yes, he did. He was missing throws with some guys.
Yeah, but in that game last week, you saw what they wanted to do right away was hit the deep ball. He threw, I think, 3 or 4 deep balls within first couple of drives, and they didn't hit. So then all of a sudden, Chan went to more conservative, more whatever. And then you saw them go to more outside spreads, more quick screens, and that's what led them, I think, after the touchdown, because that touchdown happened because the defense had a pick, right? That field goal in the second quarter, the offense changed. But then for the rest of the game, when we wanted to scramble, he had that injury. So it just seems like there were too many factors there in order for him to get out of that start and say, yeah, it was his most terrible game as a starter. But there's
that back shoulder throw to Parker seemed like years ago in that game. Like, it seems like we forgot about that throw in the end zone to the guy, to Parker.
Yeah.
It was
It was a beautiful pass, and I still think his accuracy is better than Fitzpatrick, but it's more to being a quarterback than his accuracy.
He's a better quarterback right now than Fitzpatrick.
I think I just give Tua more credit, and I think him having been benched, seeing what he did wrong, having to sit out this week because of the thumb, whether it was actually the thumb or just a call by Brian Flores, the conspiracies will live on. I give Tua credit, do think he will adjust. And I think by next week, if he is playing against the Bengals, we'll start seeing him connect more with Parker and Gesicki. And I will take even if it's less aggressive than Fitzpatrick, I will take his less aggressiveness because of the accuracy over Fitzpatrick any day of the week. Because Fitzpatrick, today, man, we should have lost. The defense was amazing, but on the offensive side of the ball, it was really bad. It was just terrible. There's so many drives that we just let stall, and any other team would have at least had a field goal at the end of the second half, and the first half.
No, Mike. I think that 3 yards per carry, which Alf runs at best. If tanking is not you doing a 90-yard drive and missing a cheap shot field goal, I don't know what is.
Yeah,
at best.
it should have been 13-6, which put them at a 1 touchdown score. Right, they went for it on a 4th and 1 where we got a really great Landon Roberts play, but they were there in the game, and Fitzpatrick, in my opinion, was the one holding them in the game, and that's why I'll take Tua over Fitzpatrick every day.
Alf, quick question for you. Mm-hmm. Is it this offseason? I'm not saying what could happen now with the Dolphins offense towards the end, but after this season, is it time for the Miami offense to become more 2020 offense instead of looking for guys like, not saying that Chan can be the guy, but you got to get with today's game, right? I mean, enough with being this conservative, play calling stuff, right?
Manny, before you could ask that, you have to define what you believe 2020 offense looks like.
Because the Chiefs offense is people think it's all big players. It's really not, though. They just take what the defense gives them.
Okay, so what's the definition of a 2020 offense,
Manny? Wait, on Jock, when you're talking about the Chiefs, it's Patrick Mahomes. How many Patrick Mahomes are there? So you can basically
Pat Mahomes, like I tell people, Pat Mahomes is great, but he did go to probably the best offensive-minded coach ever in Andy Reid. Name me a bad Andy Reid offense. No matter who's been the quarterback.
A bad Andy Reid offense, with Kevin Cobb at the helm.
No.
Michael Vick for a little while.
No. Go look at the numbers. Name me a bad Andy Reid ran offense. Well, the offense was just they suck. Never. He made Alex Smith a Pro Bowl quarterback.
He sucked with Kevin Cobb. He sucked with Vince
He
Young.
did not suck with Kevin Cobb. Check the numbers.
Maybe because I wanted a Super Bowl out of it.
I'll tell you, as far as going forward, to answer your question, Changady was here to bring in a system that was compatible with Tua Tagovailoa. It's a very good system. What people, and I got in an argument with this, and you guys know who it is.
Yeah.
Okay, but so I will mention.
I like him. Okay, he's my buddy. I don't mess with him too much. Okay.
Yeah, we'll tell him not to send 30 tweets in a row, not understanding
Ethan,
what
are you listening?
me and 3 other people are trying to tell him. Okay, there's a difference between a bad system and bad sequencing. Okay, like if you can have a great system, but if you call 15 passes in a row and you never run the ball, or you call the wrong play at the wrong time and it doesn't work out, then that's not good, right? Changady was brought in to bring in a system, and his system is very, very good. Now, do they need a guy probably in a year to grow with Tua, at least for the next 2-3 years during his rookie contract? Probably. But the system is good. Like the system, like the plays and play design is good.
I think the Dolphins just need more weapons on offense.
They do.
That's the bottom line. Like, I don't care who the offensive coordinator is, but they need some explosive weapons on the outside. It's true they need a running game. They need that. Like, you can't expect Tua to go out there and throw the ball 45 times a game and we rushing for 60 yards. Like, eventually it's going to catch up to us.
And running the football is, a lot of people say it, running the football is an attitude. You know how you get an attitude? You get a top flight running back. And I know everybody says, oh, running back doesn't matter. It matters. Okay?
No, it matters. And on top of that,
look at the Chiefs. Chiefs win a Super Bowl, and what did they go do? They went and they got Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Okay,
Derrick Henry
and Le'Veon Bell
got the Titans to the NFC Championship. So
yeah. And I know a lot of people they talking about Najee Harris. No, they need Travis Etienne. They need a back with some juice. They need a guy with some explosive traits. They need Jalen Waddle. They need explosive players because they have the stuff that they need this. They have the possession guys in Parker and Preston Williams. We don't have no guys that's creating matchup problems outside of Gesicki. We don't have that guy that's like, you know what? If we give him the ball right now, he can go 80 yards right now. We don't have that guy. The Dolphins have an offense that is, they have to generate drives. Like, it's generating like yards. Like, we're going on 10-play, 90-yard drives. Name us one time this season that we just had a play besides against the 49ers where we had like a 2-play drive for 80 yards. Like, we haven't had that. So they need weapons on the outside, and then you can assess the offensive coordinator position. You cannot give him a fair grade right now with the talent he's working with at night.
Yeah, and if you look at it, and it's such a great quote when they say that running the ball is an attitude, and how you get that attitude is by getting players that fit in that mold. Look at the Raiders, okay? The Raiders a couple of years ago, they were nowhere. They didn't have a running game. They went out and they got a couple of offensive linemen. They got Josh Jacobs, and all of a sudden they get an identity. We're a running team. Look at the Browns. The Browns have bad quarterback play, but they have a sledgehammer running game, and they got 8 wins.
If only there was a running back out there who wanted to start and had a chance to do that somewhere, but instead decided to sign a 1-year deal somewhere else.
That was better for his career, though. Because he's gonna. I'm gonna tell you why. Because when they get in the playoffs, they're gonna run the football with him and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. They're gonna pound the rock. They're gonna pound people out. So you can't.
Down you have Damian Williams.
They're not gonna have Damian. Damian Williams is not gonna be there next year. That's over with. All those guys who opted out are gonna have to get new teams. That's just being honest.
Well, the problem is what Jeff Ireland said one time, that we have a bunch of number 2s and no number 1s, and number 2s, 3s, and 4s. In the running back position, we have the best collection of RB2s anywhere in the league.
Yep.
Yes. They all do something great. Like one catches the ball well. Is a good change of pace, like home run hitting type back. Ahmed's the same way. Like we need a running back. Like I don't care if they trade. Like to me, if I was them, I know that the Giants won't trade Saquon Barkley, but I'll call and see if they would to see what's going on. He's coming off an injury. Why not?
Yeah, and I said this on the podcast this past week, and it was like lukewarm because he does have a giant contract, but the Cowboys need to rebalance their roster.
Yep.
And Ezekiel Elliott,
he's the most consistent running back in the NFL. No matter what, he's gonna get you 1,300 yards rushing, 10 touchdowns every year.
What I would give for a 1,000-yard rushing running back right now. Hey, give me 800.
Al, do you think the Dolphins should bring back Kenny Stills?
If he's willing to run 10 9 routes a game,
yeah,
sure. Because that's what this offense needs, right? They need guys to, and that's the great thing about Jakeem Grant. And everybody tells me, that's why you have him on the roster. No, we also have him on the roster so he can return punts for touchdowns, okay, and win games against the Rams. All right, he's also there for that. All right, but that's one thing that Jakeem Grant does. There's value in a guy that's willing to run 9, 10, 9 routes a game. Because a lot of guys don't have the juice to run that many 9 routes, because that helps your offense.
That's why I am a proponent. I know people are gonna yak at me, but when the Dolphins get in giraffe season, they need Jalen Waddle. That's who they need.
I signed Kenny Stills real quick if I have the chance to. Now it would also have to be if Kenny wants to come back.
Wow,
but
he never had a problem.
Lewis, what's wrong, Lewis?
He just good.
No, thank you.
It's nothing wrong with it. Was nothing wrong with him. I mean, the Dolphins got
Flores didn't like him.
Yeah,
Flores didn't like him for whatever reason.
Dude.
Yeah.
Hey.
Flores went after him in practice, and he's like, "Oh,
apparently the Texans didn't like him either. They cut him."
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. No, it's not that. The Texans, I don't care what they do as an organization. They do nothing right. So let's not give
Deshaun Watson was pretty good.
That's
who's been really good, and I think he would have. I think the Dolphins probably missed on not, at least placing a call. I don't know if the Texans. They're probably shell shy already to dealing with us.
Fuller, huh?
Will Fuller, he's been great all year.
Oh, but people were asking for him. Weren't the Packers trying to get him, and then the price was just too high?
Yeah, they didn't want to let him go.
Yeah,
but I like I said, I think the Dolphins need to go Jalen Waddle. And I think the EA team thing is going to be kind of a hope and a dream, just because I think he's going to probably go,
much
very
higher.
High. Yeah. But if they can get those two, that's a great draft to me. And then they can get pass rusher or whatever they want.
Would you take ETN then with the first round pick?
No, you're not going to take no back in the tops.
No, I'm asking. If it ends up 6 or 7, right? What if it ends up at like 11?
11, I just think I think the receiver need is more important. So Jalen Waddle,
that's fine. I was just asking your opinion. I don't have a
Jalen Waddle is the guy for me because of 2 reasons. You can use him at receiver. They're gonna line him up at running back. You can do so much things with him. It's like how you got with Tyreek Hill up in Kansas City. So that's why I would like Jalen Waddle. And if he didn't get hurt, he would have been my receiver number 1, just because he was being exceptional all year.
Yeah, let me say that I'm not in Chris Greer's head, but if we do a little bit of detective work, they passed on every single running back in this past draft, which was a loaded class, right? And then this year they went out and tried to get Le'Veon Bell. Okay, and I had some information they tried to get some other running backs too.
Yeah, I heard they was trying to get Melvin Gordon, but Melvin Gordon wouldn't take the money, dude.
Yeah, although the Dolphins dispute that. They say that they disputed that. But and I also heard that there was some Tevin Coleman things, and Tevin Coleman's a really nice running back that I would have loved for Miami.
Yeah, but he's too injury prone though, Al.
Yes, he's always
keeps getting hurt.
But I think, this is just me, doing some detective work. It seems to me like they're not really interested in filling the running back position in the draft, and they're probably going to spend money on a running back position. Yeah, so maybe it's a free
deal. This next year, you got Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt. I think would be out there. You would have had
Bell again.
You would have had Dalvin Cook had he not signed his deal, and
Frank Gore.
Oh man, touchdown, Tyreek Hill, Mr. Waddle.
Give me
Mr. Waddle. That's gonna be Jalen Waddle in the Dolphins uniform next year.
That's a serious comparison you just made there.
No. I'm not saying he got. I think Tyreek Hill is faster than him, but Jalen Waddle, if you watch him play, how explosive he is, that's the only comparison I have for him.
Did you see that? Did you see that play? If you guys saw it, he runs an out and up, and Tampa's in a 2 deep, and the safety was nowhere near the play. That's how fast he is.
But I thought Tampa had like the top 5 defense in passing, correct?
Not anymore. Not against
Not
him.
anymore.
Yards.
But Tyreek Hill is unguardable.
But once
You can't guard what he has, man. That I seen that speed playing against him in college up close and personal. That speed there is something that can't be taught, bro.
Yeah, and the great thing about Tyreek Hill is that he's like 5'10", but he plays like he's 6'4". Like he plays vertically.
Tyreek Hill about 5'9". That's 5'10".
Really?
Generous, brother. That's been
They list him at 5'10" to make him look good on the play sheet.
Yeah,
right?
he about 5'8", 5'9", but his speed is undeniable, and he just got better as a receiver.
Yeah, he plays big. Like he runs the entire route tree, and he wins vertically. He wins in the air. He wins routes. So
that's Jalen Waddle. If you cut on the film and watch Jalen Waddle and watch him, you'll say, "Well, I'm telling you, that's the only comparison you can have for him." Because early in his career, they're gonna like Jalen Waddle when he first come in the league, they're gonna use him the same way how they use Tyreek Hill, motion him in the backfield, handoff, stuff like that until he get crisp as a route runner. But Jalen Waddle, receiver number 1 for me with injury or without it right now.
Yeah, no, the offseason has to be about the offense. The offseason, like you want to supplement a little bit on the defense because you can't ignore.
I wanted Micah Parsons so badly, but it doesn't look like we're gonna get that now.
So
the only thing with him, I just don't know where he fits in on the team. Like I don't know. Like I haven't watched film of him to know if he's a good pass rusher or is he just a good middle linebacker. So that's kind of my thing with him. So I don't know. And this is not a good giraffe class for the pass rushers anyway. Outside of Roos, the kid from Miami, Gregory Rousseau. That's it. That's the only guy I can really think of, like, that's impacting right now. And that kid from Michigan, Paya, I think his last name, he got number 19, but he's explosive off the edge. But we'll see. But like I said, Miami offense.
Yep. Yeah, look, we haven't even mentioned it, but we haven't mentioned it on this show. But Raekwon Davis has come on strong the last 4 weeks. He's played absolutely great.
Long as he at that 1 or 0 tech, he's a beast. When they were trying to play him at that 3 tech and stuff like that, no. But that 1 and that 0 tech, I can't be blocked.
No,
it makes you not regret having skipped on a running back in that position. Because was Dobbins still on the board? I think at that point.
I believe so.
I'm fine with taking Davis. Davis was. I mean, that's a big man.
Defense gonna win you a championship though. So.
Mm-hmm.
And we save money later on for Godshaw because Godshaw is probably not going to be re-signed. So
they're not re-signing him at all.
Quick replacement on that front.
Yeah, like
but Raekwon Davis.
If you look at the defense, and you say, okay, what do we need? What do we need? They don't need much. What they need is to fill out that depth,
Mm-hmm.
So maybe maybe a 0 tech, maybe like you said, like a specialist pass rusher. They don't need much. You're talking about spending a couple dollars here, a draft pick there. The offense is where they need a lot of attention.
Yeah, and on top of that, the center from Oklahoma, Creed Humphrey kid, that he actually will fit in with Tua because he's a left-handed center. So it'll be a seamless transition for a left-handed quarterback.
Yeah,
because there's no left-handed centers in the NFL at all.
Yeah, and when people wonder, okay, how why does that matter? Well, it does because right-handed center spins the ball this way, so that means that Tua every single time he gets the ball under center. Or he catches it from the shotgun, has to switch on his hands and get the laces correct. So a left-handed center would actually snap the ball to him, especially under center, perfectly, where he doesn't have to transition his hands every play.
I will say it's really interesting for us to be having so much draft talk when and this isn't to belittle it. This isn't to
I am
belittle it.
allowed to go outside and start snapping balls in my left
But, like-
hand. Man, I'd love to be a
But like
center for the Dolphins.
it's
right
interesting having so much draft talk and being so excited about the future when currently we're in the playoff hunt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this is such a weird, really grateful spot to be in. And so I wanted to ask, because I don't actually have an idea for it yet. What's the ceiling on this team right now? Not moving forward, not after the draft and who we might get or what we might. What's the
9
highest
wins.
this team
9
can go?
wins.
But it's 9 wins, no playoffs. You think that's the ceiling?
It just depends on how the other teams play, though. That's what it is for me. Like, I think if the look at the Cleveland Browns, depending on how they play down the stretch, the Colts and Baltimore are gonna pick it up down the stretch. So, like, do you see Miami sneaking into that 7th spot? Because right now I only see them being the 6th or 7th seed. Like, I don't see them going no higher unless they beat Buffalo.
Alfredo?
Yeah, I think 10 wins is probably their ceiling. I think they win next week, and then they split the last 4. But if they beat
First
the
round
Raiders,
exit?
what happened?
First round exit?
Probably a first round exit. They need the right matchup. Like they can't get the right matchup. Like if they get Tennessee, like I might even like them in that game.
That's a winnable game.
Of course, now and I've been waiting for it all year. I don't think it's going to happen. If one of you can pull up the Bills' schedule, that'd be a great help as well. I've been waiting for them.
Schedule as us.
I've been waiting for the Bills to do their collapse, and it doesn't seem like it's happening. Their quarterback is not turning it over, which is a shame.
Well, there was one thing I saw, and it was a fantasy perspective, but it was really interesting. And it was they showed, I think it was Matthew Berry put it out there. They showed Josh Allen's stats, the 4 games that John Brown was out, and how poorly he did in those games. And now John Brown is moving to the IR, I believe. So I wonder if that kind of starts their slide again.
They can look 3-2 in that schedule because San Francisco, winnable game, Denver, New England, Miami, all winnable. Pittsburgh is a toss-up because you never know. They can be Pittsburgh's first loss. So that's 3-2 down the stretch, in my opinion.
For the Bills, and that puts them at what, 10-6 or 11-5?
Yeah, and 3-2 for Miami puts them at 10-6. So
yes.
So yeah, it's not enough. Yeah, it could come down to that Bills game.
Yeah.
They could also the Dolphins could get a lot of help if you think about it. They could get a lot of help because there's a way where the Dolphins can be playing that last game against the Bills to try to tie the Bills in the division, but they can't win the division. And the Bills might say, you know what? We don't care. We're going to sit everybody, and they hand us a win, and that can move us into the 5 spot. And we get to that 5 spot.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Av, because they can just be like, based on matchups, we don't want to play, Kansas City. We want to play this team. Like, yes.
And then you get in the 5 spot, and you play who at that point?
Well, you got to get the win out of the worst.
Yeah, like it was basically when I read it, it was Kansas City, Tennessee, or Buffalo. If you're the 5th team, correct, which the Dolphins are 6, right? They're the 5th team. They'll be facing, I believe, if I'm correct,
the Colts.
The Colts.
I like them against Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers against our defense. That gets me excited.
They got Rivers playing snaps. They got Jacoby Brissett playing snaps.
Right.
They're doing everything up there in Indianapolis. So
I feel like if things work out right, the ceiling for this team to me is a 1 playoff win. If everything works out right.
Yeah, the whole goal really, because a lot of people were saying, who cares about the playoffs? No, I care about the playoffs.
Absolutely.
You want to get these young guys some experience. You want to get them playing big games in December that matter. Okay, you want to win next week. You want to win comfortably. You want to get out of the game healthy, and you want to play a showdown game against Kansas City.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to get a get back game against the Patriots. You want to play in Buffalo with some stakes. You want to play in Las Vegas with some stakes.
And that's good experience.
All those things will help a young team going forward.
Yeah, that helps all of them on the offensive line. It helps all of our young defensive backs. Helps our defensive line, which is young. And especially helps the quarterback, who's young and in his first year and has a ways to go. Like, it helps them all out. I don't see why anybody would want this team to not make the playoffs or not win games. It's so confusing.
So is there anything else we need to talk about? Because we lost track of today's game a long time ago because there's not much to talk about. But
it didn't matter.
Yeah, it's like Jets game, another win in the column. We kind of expected that. We were hoping for more of a beatdown, but it is what it is. So what's next week?
By the way,
Titans.
guys, quick
Bengals.
updated Denver Bronco quarterback stat. The
boy.
guy that's playing
Kendall
quarterback for
Hinton.
them, yes, he's 0 for 5.
Yeah,
Hey, he's thrown it 5 times. Good for him.
And they've ran it like 25 times.
They could
Of
really
course,
use,
that happened this week, and it didn't happen last week.
they
you
could
know?
really use Malcolm Perry right now. Run that Navy offense.
I mean, I want to see Malcolm Perry throw a few footballs. Seriously, I still want to see that. I still want to see it just for fun, just to throw the defense off. It's like Malcolm Perry throw a football. It's like, oh yeah, that's the thing he can do, isn't it? It's like, I'm not saying he's good. I'm just saying he can make like a Taysom Hill type guy and just kind of toss it around a little bit.
Yeah.
Well,
Is there anything?
certain things that they've done in training camp still haven't showed up, and it's already week 12.
Man,
It almost makes me feel like it's not going to show up at all.
No, and
Yeah.
how many times today did they have Bowden run across on the sweep and they didn't give it to him? I'm like,
Yeah.
give him the ball once, man. Like, just let him go out there and try something.
That's probably the most frustrating thing about how the Dolphins handle their offense. It's like they have all this motion, but they never do anything with it. And so teams know what's coming anyway. It's like, just throw them off guard just once, just to keep them on their toes. That would probably help a lot, I think.
Man,
What were the final stats?
It's a long season, though, so you got to say your best stuff when it counts. You don't need that against the Jets. You don't need to put that on film.
We could have used it against
that's
the
a good
Broncos
point.
last week.
What were the final stats as far as running the football today?
Running the football, Dolphins gained over 100 yards. I think the most was by Washington. He had, I have the stat right here, which that's one of the things that me and Lewis were going so crazy about. He had a great drive, and then he never got the ball again, Lewis, until the fourth quarter.
He had 49 yards.
Yeah,
13
there you
for
go.
49.
Yeah, there you go. So
How many total carries? How many yards did they end up with?
total overall, I'll tell you right.
25 for 104.
There you go.
That's fine. That's fine. That's what they got to duplicate every single week to help their quarterbacks. They need 4 yards a carry. They need to run it 25 times.
But with Tua, it might be more. And where are we in the game when that happens?
Yeah.
Well, and Breida didn't have it. Breida had the fumble, but rushing, he was 8 for 36. Right? That's a 4.5 yard.
Tyreek
lift
Hill is
per
showing
run.
off.
Like,
Lord. Oh, man.
Jakari's reactions are all
he got 200 yards in the first half, bro. I mean, in the first quarter, brother.
And Brady's getting killed again, which is always fun to see.
That's always fun.
203.
Oh, man.
And then he does a backflip into the end zone.
You're my fantasy quarterback, Mahomes. Thank you.
Did you
that might help us. Kansas City might be so bored with themselves that in a couple of weeks that, they spot us a lead and we could hold on to it maybe.
There's the trap game. There's the trap game right there.
Yeah, we're the
trap game.
We're
the trap game.
Bro, the Buccaneers is getting crushed.
What do we think the odds are on Tua starting next week?
Antonio Brown, Jakari? What happened to the best wide receiver in football, Jakari?
He is the best wide receiver in football when Tom Brady not missing him wide open in the middle of the field on post routes.
Okay.
I have never been more frustrated at a wide receiver celebrating first downs. Like, dude, I get it.
Hey,
but
man, listen, when you haven't played football in over a year, brother.
It's his fault.
Yeah, but when it's like a 4-yard catch and he's like running down the field,
down,
I'm like, dude,
though.
Bro, 4 yards, though?
Yeah.
4 yards,
celebrate first down's hard to come by, bro.
I don't have a problem with celebrations, but sometimes it's like, hey, you're losing.
Hey,
there's something bigger than
I'll tell you one thing about our team.
He will help the Dolphins right now because he'd be open.
He would, but they're not going to sign him.
If you watch the all 22 on the Buccaneers, how many times he's missed Antonio Brown down the middle of the field.
But Flores wouldn't take him. I don't think, ever.
I'll tell you one thing about our team. Our team is going to become very, very attractive, like to free agents and to for trades and stuff like that. Every time I watch him play every week, I really do regret that we didn't place a call when Alvin Kamara was really, really upset about not getting that contract. We needed to be on the phone right away with the contract in hand.
Yep.
And contact his agent and says, hey, everything he wants, we have it for him. Now let's just work out a trade.
Do you want the keys to the stadium, the city, and possibly the state of Florida? Here, have them all.
Yeah.
Just please.
Because he does it all. He does everything well on that team.
Hey, I'd give
but
Kamara one of my toes.
I would
too.
have took Dalvin Cook over Kamara though.
Nah, Kamara's more durable. Dalvin Cook finds injuries, and I love Dalvin.
Dalvin probably the best back in the league.
I agree. I agree with that.
Still running at the UM defense, man. What you mean, bro?
Yeah, he killed UMD. He killed them for 3 straight years, brother. 3. So,
Anywho, let's go ahead and call this a show. So we'll be back next week when the Dolphins face off against, you said, the Cincinnati Bengals.
Is that a
the
1 o'clock?
Bengals.
There's
1
no
o'clock.
Joe Burrow, so much for that.
4 o'clock. Hold on. If this game's at 4 o'clock, I'm gonna lose my mind. Give me a second. This game cannot be at 4 o'clock unless Joe Burrow was playing. Correct? Yes. Next week at 1 o'clock.
Wait, you
Good.
don't think Tua versus Brandon Allen is the marquee matchup? Do you
Nah,
even
man.
understand
Hell
football?
Hell no.
All right,
I
you
just
guys.
said
Bye,
that.
guys.
You're off. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.